Everything around me is starting to turn black. Don't tell me you're hurt again. Tell me how wrong I am. Tell me how it's all my fault. Yeah, I've met my match again, starting from scratch again. Where's the pleasure in all this pain? Don't you lie to me and say it's all okay when it feels like I'm drowning. I hate to say goodbye, but it's time to go. All I need is someone else. I've never felt more divided than now. Every word that leaves your lips never means how it sounds. You've conquered the best of me, could have just set me free. Games that you play are just second hand. Now I'm beside myself, no one in hell. Let me just go, let me just go. And don't you lie to me and say it's all okay when it feels like I'm drowning. I hate to say goodbye, but it's time to go. All I need is someone else.
And welcome to the Rocket League Championship Series. Once again, I'm Leaf, Lemon, Kiwi, and Achieves. Joining me, we are into our final weekend. Everything for the season coming down to this for North America, the last region standing, as we try to figure out what teams are going where and who's doing what. I'm excited, Achieves and Lemon. This is going to be so fun. Lemon, look at where we are. We're almost done.
I know. I just joined in spring and it's already over. We're at the finish line. I'm sad. I'm excited. I'm a bag of emotions, Achieves.
Right.
It's been a lot of fun, and I'm happy to keep the party going.
Okay.
Well, let's keep it going. Let's just take a look at what this whole week holds in store here, because it's a lot. You know, it's North America. We're through first touch, and all we got left going on right now is North America. We're on day one here of the Invitational, and things get spicy the further we go into this weekend. Before we get to that, though, I want to talk to my friends out there. I don't want to let them know that I want to hang out with them, because after this weekend, we only have 2 events left. 2 more times to hang out. And of course, I know I'm going to see you guys at Worlds. But what about Boston? Get there! ! Tickets in chat. rl.gg/spring tickets live. Of course, the event is from the 6th to 9th, but we're going to see you there on the 8th to 9th, right? Right?
Yes.
Yes. And you got to say Boston, okay? Or they're not
Oh,
gonna
yeah,
show
yeah.
I
up.
tried it before, and it is not good.
Get to the high.
We're going to bash.
Now I hate it. Never mind.
Right?
Yeah, yeah.
You brought this upon yourself, okay? Don't worry. While we're there, I won't be doing that. So you can go there and be comfortable. So get your tickets and join us there. But we do have to, of course, talk about what's going on this weekend, what's going to be happening. We got a lot to break down here. So let's start doing that, because coming into this invitational, things are so tight but open in North America. Lemon Kiwi, looking at the spring points, it's a wild race right now.
Tight but open. I couldn't have chosen better words. 2 teams in the event are eliminated from Major and Worlds. So say goodbye to Axel and G Lead, at least for those. Sorry. That don't mean to be the breaker of bad news. But the other 14 teams are mathematically in contention for both lands. So the points for spring are close, this close for the first time ever. Even the 10th team, a 10th seeded team, can still be the number 1 seed. So Shopify fans, rise up. It's time to be stressed. It's time to be depressed, whatever fan you are of any team. Those same top 10 teams all control their own fate when it comes to majors. But due to everyone being so close, especially that top 6, it's unlikely that we're going to confirm anybody today for Boston. But the 3 teams most likely to clinch after this invitational are Complexity, Version 1, and maybe to a lesser degree SSG. But Optic, FaZe, Gen G technically have a chance as well, but need a very specific nitty-gritty results that we need to look at direct to
We'll need
break
direct
down.
for that for sure. Yeah.
Rather than some teams drop into the lower bracket.
Oh, wow. So it is just open right now. The fact that a 10th seeded Chiefs can still make first seed blows my mind.
Yeah. It's all of Europe was the most entertaining inevitability last week. North America, you have the most entertaining complete toss-up, I will say. So a lot of chaos to unfold here this weekend.
Well, let's continue seeing if that chaos continues forward. At Chiefs, we'll take a look at the bigger thing. Again, as I said, after Boston, we're heading to Worlds here. What's the situations looking like for North America?
Yeah, so Complexity, G2, Version 1, and Space Station, they all have a chance to clinch Worlds. With this event, though only Complexity actually control their own fate with a regional win. Everybody else in that list will need a little bit of help, and anybody on this list that is ranked 9th or lower in season points and gets knocked out of this tournament will be eliminated from Worlds contention. So, unfortunately, if you're a Dignitas fan or Shopify Rebellion fan, you're really thinking that things got to go well, and also Furia, pray.
Well, I mean, I guess, yeah, at least it is in their hands, right? The ability to just win can help solve a lot of these problems. But yeah, it does get really tight at that bottom end. Lemon for these teams. I mean, the resolve is going to have to be super strong coming in, because we've seen these teams do good before, but when it comes down to the wire, that really can make or break these teams.
That's heavy on the mental. And we've heard the whispers from some teams of just how unlikely it feels like their chances are. But that's how the strongest mental have to rise. Of, do you believe you are capable of beating every single team in this bracket? You have to show up to invitationals like this, of lessons learned from the Spring Cup and what you need to hone in on for this one. It's your last chance to perform at the best of your ability.
Well, let's just quickly glance at what points are on the line, because that's important right now. Of course, 30K for first place ain't too shabby either, but 24 points as you move on through this bracket. You're going to get more and more points. And as we said, it's so tight right now when it comes to every situation, whether it's Worlds or when it comes specifically to Boston Major. These points, every single one of those is going to matter as you try to climb those ranks up their leaderboard and make your way to that major. Let's spend some time here on the bracket, because at Chiefs, this is, for some teams, maybe a little bit more of a clear route, and for others, they might be looking at that early run through the lower bracket.
Yeah, so in a bracket like this, and in a situation like this where everybody has a pretty decent chance to wind up going to Boston, the draw you get actually really does come into things a little bit more. The biggest ones probably to keep an eye on, Complexity and Version 1. They're both teams at the top of the standings for the spring, but they both have a really, really weak result. Complexity, though, if you're a fan of them, you can look at their draw. They're on that bottom half of the bracket. The strongest teams that they're going to have to contend with are Optic, Gen.G, and Space Station. Those all three feel like very beatable teams, whereas Version 1, they've got G2, Furia, FaZe, NRG. They're all kind of up there, and even M80, some real banana peel teams if you're having an off day. So Version 1, a much tougher draw in that number 1 seed. And if you're an NRG fan, you're thinking you're probably going to have to win 9 series because you're probably going to get knocked down pretty early. So a long weekend ahead if you're an NRG fan.
For any of these teams too, I mean, just looking early on for the underdogs, Lemon, I mean, are there any you hope would make the run? I mean, looking at M80, Koi, you're looking at SUP, you're looking at Dignitas, you're looking at Shopify, like these teams potentially, and again, have taken games off, but to make a run in a bracket this large is going to be difficult. Is there any that you're watching maybe that you think are cheering on silently, hoping that they'll make that miracle run?
I just don't think there's like a Hogan mode necessarily in this North American bracket. I'm not gonna lie. It feels like the qualifier teams are like the monkeys in the sandbox in that one meme that I don't want to GMC at the stream for. And they're all beating each other and everyone's kind of watching. But if there's one team I had to pick, at the beginning of spring, I thought it was Koi, just based off the Game of 8 qualifier. They surprised a lot of people there. But in terms of actual results, SUP has been the only team that have taken maps, taken games. I think they even beat G2 that have like surprised some people, but not going very far are the qualifier teams.
Consistency is really key though when it comes to across all of the matches they have to play, regional after regional, and we've seen it even with some of the top teams, that consistency fall apart where they'll do, I mean, we've talked about it before with Optic too, they come in slow, then they look hot, but then all of a sudden they fizzle out again, and it's maintaining that consistency is hard, especially in this. You only get 2 lives. Reminder, this is a double elimination bracket, so as you run through this, if you drop down to that lower half, you only have 1 life left. And then you have to tear on through to the end and get a bracket reset. But let's take a look at the schedule, show you what we're playing today. We have 3 days of matches that we're going to be going through, starting off here on day 1 of the Invitational. We're looking at that upper bracket round 1 and then into the quarterfinals. Then we drop down. This is where it gets scary for a lot of these teams. We start to eliminate that lower bracket round 1 and lower bracket round 2. 8 teams, I believe, if I can count, I'm usually not good at this, are going to be sent home today. And dreams are just going to be done. So as those happen, we'll keep you guys updated. But for now, we do stick to that upper bracket. Looking at the matchups, reminder, we have team streams going on. We can't possibly watch all the matches that are happening today. So we're focusing in on one each of these rounds. But you can go over to your favorite teams into the chats and cheer them on. A lot of them are streaming on whatever platform you're watching Rocket League on right now. So go find them, get in the chats, and support them. But Lemon, looking at all these teams, anything you got your eye on right now?
Well, besides the match we're going to cast, because I'm a little biased for that, the other closest match I'm looking forward to is Optic versus Shopify. Okay. Now, on First Touch, which I really recommend everyone to go watch at the start of the week to just prime yourself for these, Dorby talked about Shopify being at the top of his list to make a run, had really impressive looks. So this is a great tester match against Optic, but Optic have a very high ability to maneuver the field, execute on passing plays, especially you look forward to Reddles and Magic Bear, who performed super well at the Spring Open. So can Optic make that deep run? They're kind of stuck at that top 6. They need to break through that.
Well, Lemon, I'm going to keep you rolling then because we're going to focus in on that first match that you did mention there. It's our first one coming up for kickoff in just a few moments here. It's going to be NRG versus Furia, 2 fan favorites. Both of these teams have had a lot of rallying cries behind them, but then struggled maybe to pull off those results that might have been expected for them. But Lemon, this is going to be a good match with a lot on the line.
Ooh, yeah, this is the rematch of the lower quarters of the Spring Cup. NRG fans, your votes went to the right place that time. They got top 4. That was the deepest run we've seen for a long time. Are NRG back? Are they on the rise? Everyone is questioning this. I know not the fans are, but the last time we saw this series, NRG's slow, methodical defensive play style really made Furia uncomfortable. Furia are a very fast team, and Furia really lost to themselves. They got to avoid making those mistakes that NRG are going to expose, but not going to dog on Furia really, because that was the first time NRG beat Furia in 9 matchups. So consistency and a strong mental should prevail.
Yeah, and I'm really looking for what you're talking about, NRG, you're really looking for that strong, consistent offense. You want that really solid Furia defense and make sure that Furia breaks down on the other side, really put the pressure on that pretty solid NRG defense. We know they like to sit there and kumbaya on the net sometimes. So really want to see Furia make sure they've got the firepower and, like you said, really shore up the defense. Don't feel so hesitant. Really go out there and go after that NRG attack and put them on the defensive.
Well, we got a few minutes. Let's start tallying up your predictions, chat. What do you got? I already see the hashtags coming out. We may as well start counting them now. Hashtag NRG or hashtag FUR for which team's going to make a reminder. They're not eliminated from losing here, but they will. It's nice to move on in the upper bracket because you got that second life. You don't want to make that stressful run through the lower bracket here. But I think for NRG, this is definitely, well, I would say it's probably in the favor of Furia on this one in general. Achieves. Would you agree in terms of on paper?
I think for me, I would definitely agree. I'd have to give the edge to Furia just because overall, I feel like they've been a little bit more consistent throughout the course of the split and in their play. So NRG, obviously it's a tough mental hurdle. They know the situation they're in, and the mentality has kind of been a tough thing for NRG to struggle with for some time now. So that plus the incredibly daunting situation may be a little bit too much to handle. But if Squishy's having a good day, I think good things can happen for NRG. I really do think he tends to be a pretty big linchpin for success there, because the whole idea of, having Justin and Garrett is Justin can buy you a lot of time and really move the ball around, and Garrett G's just rock solid in just about any opportunity. So really looking for Squishy to find the right place on the pitch to really get himself involved. And that's happening. Good things happen.
Do we want to help NRG out and all vote against them? I think we have that power, right? Because I gotta say, on paper, while I want NRG to make this run, I feel like if it's gonna happen, it's through the lower bracket. So I gotta put Furia on the board myself. In all honesty, Cheese, it sounded like maybe you're leaning that way as well.
I was also leading Furia. I'll pick some teams based on upset potential if I feel really, really good about it. If I'm not feeling really good about it, I always pick my favorite. Furia is my favorite.
Okay, Lemon, what's
That's
the decider?
Wild. All right, fans, I'm with you. NRGG. I'm going for them. They're on the rise. Omega Cope. They beat Furia last time. They have them downloaded. Play your game. Don't be too depressed.
Jazz believing. Wow. They're believing the run can happen. We'll see. I mean, it's still possible, even if they lose us, to make that run through the lower bracket. But either way, our first matchup is here for day one of the Invitational. So much on the line for North America. It's Furia and NRG. Lemon Kiwi and Achieves, take it away.
Oh, my cope levels are off the charts, or I'm just a genius. Yeah, Spring Cup NRG had to make that deep lower bracket run, but are they on top, or Furia, was that just a fluke? Like I said, I felt like when I watched that series that Furia lost to themselves.
Yeah, they definitely felt a little hesitant on defense, much more so than they normally are. So really hoping that they were able to find some adjustments in this 2-week break, because remember, we did take a week off to go to CRL Worlds, so maybe a little bit extra prep time helped both teams, and we'll see what everybody has to offer. And NRG, you're looking for that consistency to return to their type of play, and right now, indeed, early on, pressed on defense and just making sure to keep things at bay.
And it was really kind of Squishy that had an amazing performance, but we know the mechanics. We know the potential of Furia is there. These long passes. NRG were really good at getting in between that in that last series, so Furia may have to play closer, a bit looser, and you're seeing that from Lost, but it's the layers that you have to peel back from NRG. Challenge does go NRG's way, but the defense of Furia seems unperturbed.
Ooh, nasty pinch from Garrett G. Went the wrong way, but had a teammate in the right position to at least make it playable. And Furia right now, they're definitely, that's a big whiff. Never mind. I was about to say they're definitely in the driver's seat, but as soon as they lost possession, kind of things go out the window there. And this is NRG's first chance in this game to really feel like they've got a decent grip.
It just takes someone in the driver's seat in a car crash too, so it depends where you're steering. But so far, Furia able to get creative with it. Shot to the right, too wide by Yan. Lost from the right side, cuts it through for the first goal.
Really great placement here from Lost. Very patient approach up the field, just kind of staying with it. And you can see Squishy, he was trying to help Justin out in the net there because Justin in the back didn't really have a good sense. He was playing support for that challenge for his teammate instead of defending the net. And Squishy just trying to help him out. Unfortunately, that first touch a little bit wide, and so gave Lost a lot of angles to go to the back post.
Great denial from Lost on that back wall. He has leveled up his play from that last series because he seemed like the most uncomfortable one on the pitch when it came to Furia. Maybe it came to those adjustments coming to North America, but it's been a while. Justin, dribble, Lost, going in for the challenge, having a hard stop there. Card to the corner. Furia putting a big stop there, and here's the counterattack we know them for. The pass, the loss, popped up by Justin. That's enough time bought by NRG.
Really great save from NRG, but you loved that counterattack from Furia. You saw them sort of put that body right in the middle of where NRG wanted to try and come through and break that counterattack. They really put somebody in Garrett G's face, threw him off the play, and gave themselves a decent look. You just got to credit NRG for making a tough stop.
Okay, Yan to Card. How did NRG break that up? That was looking deadly. How is NRG's counterattack, though? Justin to the back wall, Squishy to the right post. And it's not the bounce that Justin wants, but it's the one that Furia can work towards to clear down this left lane. Lost, dodges the challenge, makes space for Furia. It's bought right back by NRG. Justin bumping defenders out of the way. Is the lane clear for NRG? They're lobbing it towards the net, but still can't slice through.
Not quite there, and that's really those defensive adjustments that you wanted to see out of Furia. You feel like the last time they played, they kind of got a little too hesitant there on those approaches. They decided to say, look, just get somebody in their face. They're able to make the touch, buy a little extra time, and make something happen.
Ooh, that's a dangerous cross in front of the box. Yan backflips, and NRG weren't quick enough to pounce on it. Garrett misses that challenge. Lost, flicks it. Squishy in the net saves. You see NRG carving their way, going above and beyond. Justin continues the push. Lost will stall it out. Now corner control favoring Furia as NRG just haven't had that offense that has found that equalizer quite yet. 5 shots to 7 in favor of Furia.
Justin, he's dancing right now. He feels really good on the car control. Unfortunately, kind of dropped it a little bit there at the midfield, but right now he's able to break people down. Double commit from NRG. We'll have to buy a little time there, spread the field. Justin will do just that. Little air dribble just to give everybody time to reposition. But NRG certainly not really pushing here and just trying to keep Furia from really shoving hard, but time a factor. You really do got to send the house now if you're NRG. No more time to wait. Justin saves one away.
This is pressure from Furia, but a defense that NRG can depend on. But how is their counterattack? They haven't been able to expose those mistakes from Furia like they did in the last series, and Furia able to play at the pace that they're comfortable at. And it's 20 seconds left. 1-0 for Furia. Card with the pass to the back wall. Where's that third man stepping up? It's Yan, collides with Squishy. To the right side, Lost has the ball, dribbles it past at least one defender. NRG, good coverage. How is their space creation? Is their last attack, last offense for game one? And Garrett is demoed. Squishy heads back, and that's a lot of field to cover. And Yan will touch this ball to the ground for game one for Furia.
Really solid show from Furia there. I mean, they definitely let NRG through on a couple of counterattacks, but the important thing is they never let NRG really sit down and get comfortable on attack. They were able to break the push relatively quickly every time. You really like to see that type of ability to find those clears. And also, over on the NRG side, you look at it from their perspective and it's like, well, why were you not able to keep that attack going? They have a really, really soft midfield. They'd go up for some of those challenges and they just would not get even a hand on the ball. Somebody from Furia was making a really nice move and getting through that first defender completely not uncontested, but untouched, I will say. So that's what you're really looking to improve from NRG. I think the game itself played out all right, obviously. You're only down 1. You can score 1 at any time. That's not a question. It's just a matter of where do you make those adjustments, and you may have to give a little more ground in that midfield from NRG to adjust on that challenge lane to try and keep the attack going.
And when it comes to NRG, like that conservative, that slow, methodical playstyle means that their accuracy, their mechanics, it's easy to pull off, but it makes them also more readable. And Furia tried to pick up the pace in that last series and just had a hard time adjusting down to NRG, but have now maybe downloaded how to work against this. I mean, Furia only won by 1 goal, and it was off of that offensive pressure where Lost found the corner shot, able to go through, and here's NRG, beautiful setup, but Justin's getting chased around. Furia have their number 2, but you're not out of the woods yet if you're Furia. Justin trying to center it out, but Card follows through to the midfield. Brought right back though, Garrett and Justin connecting well to keep the play going. But with low boost, Garrett needs to make this shot, but Lost is in the way. Card still looking for clears.
There we go.
Yan can't keep it going. NRG, the pressure mounts, but they just leave the play, so Furia finds space.
Yeah, they eventually did have to back off, but it ended up working out well. Hard counterattack, Card able to make a big stop, but you can see the difference that NRG starting to get their hands up and on some of those challenges in the midfield. It's netting them a lot more offensive possession. Sure, Furia is equal to the task, but you're looking for big double commit, Shades of Season 5, and it's in! Oh my goodness gracious! Oh, that's not the first time NRG's conceded a goal by running into each other.
Oh
and
no, the
unfortunate start. Oh, brutal. Ooh.
And Furia are the ones now exposing those mistakes. 1-0, and NRG just can't be frustrated, not only in this game and in the whole major point situation. Just a reminder that Furia sits at 7th, NRG at 9th, and we've already spoke about basically any team can make the major. And Worlds is a war of its own.
Oh,
Shot from Justin, no one home in the net. There's the equalizer.
Great job here from Justin. He kind of just rotates out because he has no boost and says, yeah, I've got 12. My teammate just got demoed, and instead of just letting them through, I'm just going to turn and throw something at the net, and nobody really thought he would.
Wow, quick turn by NRG. First goal of the series. And especially after that team bump, you're feeling good. You know you have the potential to score. Yan didn't get that touch. Lost. Quick to clean that up. Now Squishy wants to keep the play going. NRG not able to find those rebounds and that consistent pressure on the offense, but this is a quick counterattack. Card stops it. I came in with a lot of speed. Now Squishy's demoed. NRG losing hold of that midfield. Card losing the ball. Now that everyone's up for NRG, watch out for what they can cook. Because they were almost able to team pinch that in, and Furia still hold the defense.
Nice float across, looking for Justin. He's there. He goes back to Garrett G. A really good idea because Justin saw 2 defenders in the net, so he wanted a little bit more to try and pull a defender out of position. Strong clear off the backboard. Squishy not in time, but NRG right now, best offensive showing so far that I'm going to say for this split for me personally. It's been a long time since you've really seen them get to really camp out on an opponent's side and not allow too much. This is a great show. It's just a matter of can they actually score. Justin comes up empty, Squishy off the wall. Where's Garrett? Here he is, barred to himself and kicked away by Lost.
Oh, the double tap almost in. Furia have had to put up some miraculous saves. They are just incredible at building that wall. And even when it costs them, or even when Furia have to go for demos, NRG come back swinging time and time again. This is the best NRG has looked all series, even though it is only game 2. But what is Card cooking up? Good dribble, trying to bait out Justin to Lost. It's slow, it's readable, and NRG are in the clear.
Lost going to be very disappointed with how he played that one-on-one, just sort of dumped that ball away for free on an easy clear when he had a definite scoring opportunity. Garrett G slicing one towards the net, and again, and Furia definitely showing that they understand, just send that one deep back, let's have 2 be really solid attacking people, and just make sure that whoever rotates out gives a lot of ground because NRG is coming right at the goal.
Ooh, Yan didn't get the second touch, but Lost seems to be connecting with this front line so well, and I was Lost who got that game-winning and really only goal for Furia. And I like that Furia are playing that much closer together. Now this is just tossed to NRG. A bit of harassment from Furia as NRG take to the skies. The midfield has them stopped. NRG still trying to keep that truck going. Squishy collides and bumps into a defender as Justin couldn't find his moment to strike. As Lost has a lot of space to work with. It's a ground pinch to the corner that's stopped. And NRG are even able to read these fakes as Lost still guides this play forward for Furia.
starting to get a little bit dicey there. That's an excellent challenge. Justin just goes for the open space, his only choice. Demo's in the midfield. Everybody going to have to buy some time, and Card does that. He lets it come down and tries to capitalize on this space. Justin able to dodge out of the way, and NRG slowly but surely starting to get pushed back at the tail end of game 2. Could get dangerous here.
The reset to Card. It's still stopped by Justin. NRG, difficult to expose now. 20 seconds to go. Will it be Furia on match point or NRG back on the rise? Don't make me look like a fool, NRG. I was the only one who predicted you on the desk, although at least the audience had your back. Justin is gone, but Garrett is not. At least the ball is shot from the right side, saved in the net. Play still going for NRG, and it's to the ground, and we go to OT for game 2.
Huge game from NRG. Frustrating to not actually convert any more of these chances. They've got 11 shots on target and a bunch of saves from Furia, so clearly not generating super high quality chances. That's really where NRG is trying to dial in now, because okay, we understand how to get there. Now just make sure we can find that one last pass to really pull that defense out. If you're Furia saying, let's just get the offense going again, playing defense is exhausting.
Yeah, NRG have created a lot of opportunities for themselves. They've had to be really creative and fake past Furia. Furia have the mechanics, the reset to flick above. You got one defender, you got past one, but it's Garrett in the net. Counterattack for NRG. Squishy ready on the right side. Garrett, Demo, 3-on-2 for NRG, but they're retreating. Scared to challenge Card, who's up in the sky. Justin waits for his moment. Squishy to Justin on the right side. Missed touch or maybe a fake from Justin. Either way, the ball's back for Furia.
And they need to control all that boost, and Squishy is currently just that big disrupting force. He's just trying to go as fast as he can, as hard as he can, through the center of those Furia rotations just to put somebody in their face and make them make a move. And right now, he's the greatest distraction NRG could ask for, as again, Justin turned aside at the goal line by Card.
Now leaving that back wall open is scary, especially that midfield now 3-on-2 with that Demo from Garrett. Now to Justin to center this out, trying to bait this Furia defense. Will not be shaken. Lost now losing the ball, or at least he's not being pressured there by NRG, who post up in the net, ready to get hit by anything. This ball goes to the left side. I like that NRG are going to spaces that Furia are not, maybe leaving gaps, and NRG are finding them. It's another offense brewing. Depends how this midfield breaks down. With Garrett missing, Furia don't have the ball, though. Even with this 3-on-2, it's not something they can work with.
Squishy doing a great job there. His teammate got demoed, so he had no options, and he had no boost, so gave a little wall dash off the side to get a little speed and just put a nose on it to buy some time, and really did kind of stifle that potential for Furia to really start an attack. But now they steal one away in the midfield. Justin's all on his lonesome, and it gets tipped down awkwardly, and RG really going to be on the defensive here for at least some time.
Lost is playing with a lot of energy. When Yan sets up the play, usually has resets and trying to fake out NRG. It's getting close to that blue net as we enter 2 minutes and 36 seconds. Card could connect with the rest of Furia. Good send away by NRG, but no follow-up. So Furia bring this right back to sender with that Demo onto Garrett. They're in trouble. Respawns back though, and Furia still collecting themselves, structuring towards that blue net. It's mounting to pressure that NRG seem to be handling okay. Yan wins that challenge though, going towards the net. Garrett is there with the early challenge. Card keeps the play going. 3 minutes now, and Furia are just hammering this corner.
And that's a welcome clear from Justin, but it's right into the teeth. NRG really starting to get starved for boost off the wall, and they will again combine just to smash one away and hope that they can buy some time. Squishy just got a handle on a midfield 100 pad. That should lend some type of stability to this NRG defense. Now one guy won't be fighting for the pads in front of the net, and Furia pressing hard here, as they should.
And even when Furia run out of boost, they're right back in that blue half. Now finally, NRG can have some time to breathe. It's clear after clear. Garrett has to follow through though, right to the corner where Fury are waiting for them. Justin challenges, 50 stalls, lost the first one there. Yan pops it up before Squishy can get to it. The pinch down into the box. Lost was too far forward. And here's the counterattack. Garrett towards the net. And NRG with the
NRG actually totally tanked that. They made a huge mistake. Squishy pulled off a challenge, and that let Furia just through the gap. Furia absolutely had the numbers, and they had a good approach. They both missed the ball off the backboard on the NRG side, and then Lost is kind of just sitting there in the middle of the box like, I needed somebody to touch that somewhere, and so Card just thinks, look, we're still attacking. Let's shove as hard as we can. And then, unfortunately, he's too close to the play, and they get counterattacked for free. Like, NRG, it's that to me is thievery.
Leaf, I'm getting rickrolled right now, so please save me. What's popping on the bracket?
A few things. One, I think that's great because I actually just talked to Garrett G on my podcast recently, and he said that sometimes the best play is to make a mistake. And he straight up said
Let him cook.
It works sometimes. Everyone's just like, hang on.
Yeah, but updates across the board. Space Station currently sitting at 2-0 match point against Dignitas. It's tied up in that third game 1-1 right now. Gen G up 1-0 over Sup. We have Optic and Shopify tied right now 1-1 apiece. Complexity almost had the perfect sweep, but Team Axel did get a couple goals in the third game there. And so they're all tied up. Version 1 Koi, they're tied up 1-1. G2 M80 are tied up 1-1. Fury Energy, you can see what's going on here. And FaZe Clan are up 2-0 on match point on G League. They actually almost lost game 1. And I think it was like 7 seconds left, and they scored 2 goals to win.
Ooh, no slow starts, FaZe. Be careful.
Yep.
Can't afford it this week.
So Koi taking a game from version 1 after version 1 won Spring Cup. Maybe Koi are up to something good. We'll have to see how that series breaks down. But NRG, quick to press. I mean, it took a lot of minutes. It took their defense getting hammered over and over for the bricks to fall on Furia's end, who just seems so committed to getting that overtime 3-minute goal and committed to this one, but it's stopped. It's not just one defender you have to get past when it's NRG, it's multiple. The way that NRG cover their bases, it takes so much hustle from Fury to get through.
And Furia, you're right, the hustle is there, and more importantly, they're trying to consistently put NRG in positions where they're low on boost and started on defense and force them to make decisions. That's where you really need all that experience and, frankly, team synergy. They've all played with each other for so long to survive in those situations. That doesn't make them any easier, though. Little mistouch from Justin forces Garrett G to come through and just smash one down the pitch, and actually it's going to work out quite nicely.
Yeah, I wonder what their advice is. So it's okay to make mistakes. And when you got teammates like the ones you have on NRG, it is fine to make mistakes because there's immediately someone there to clean it up, put it to the corner, get it out from in front of the box, whatever it is. NRG haven't made mistakes that someone hasn't made up for. Card is gone. Here's Furia with the counterattack now that everyone is respawned, but Squishy's always there sneaking up on you, ready to turn the play around, going to Justin.
Ooh.
Garrett popping up on the third man.
Ooh.
Double tap this flame at home.
You love this read from Garrett G. He really tests the defense here with this really nasty high touch, and he knew. He hit that and instantly rolled the car backwards. Talk about being in the lab and knowing exactly how the ball's gonna bounce. That was excellent.
Excellent from NRG. The way that they just all were involved in that offense too, not afraid to take some risk and get away from that maybe conservative play style. And that's one defender bumped by Furia. NRG had another one to go though. Here's Lost to Card, and this is dangerous for Squishy. He can't make it. Equalizer for Furia.
Lot to handle here for Squishy. You can see Justin and Garrett G trying to get back, but they also need boost, so they leave so much space. Squishy's really not in a bad spot, but unfortunately the reality is he doesn't have a whole lot of boost in the net, and he got one absolutely blasted at him. No chance.
Those are those Furia counterattacks that you have to watch out for, hence why NRG have had multiple people on this defense just in case. Now Garrett is gone. Furia bullying their way through to maybe a second goal. I like the attempt from Lost. It hits the post though, and Card will have his back. It's their time to clean it up as NRG collide and try to slow this down for Furia, who are picking up the pace, and they have boost to work with, but not the ball. You go for the demo if it's not for the objective, as NRG barely have any space as their backs are against the wall. Finally, the midfield seems clear, but Furia quick to close it to make NRG feel comfortable to leave that blue half. But it's Furia pressuring the net again. Card with the fake. And wow, NRG will not be dissuaded.
Like a matador, just threw that red flag up there, said jump, make the save, and he almost slipped through the gap. Great adjustment from NRG on defense to get back there and make that stop. But you really like this approach, or at least I certainly do, from Furia. It's high-powered, puts a lot of pressure on the defense, and even if they ended up losing that goal to Garrett G earlier in this game, I think they're fine with that. If they want to say, look, if you want to hit goals like that every time to beat us, that's okay. And they're going to keep that level of pressure up because it demands so much execution on the NRG side of things.
And it's good field awareness from NRG, the way Furia are crossing from lane to lane to see how they can break out of their half. NRG quick to press them, and Squishy presses him back into the locker, taking his lunch money. NRG with the lead.
Oh, Card, just a mistouch. Does not go the way he wants it to. He's thinking he can try and control the ball and ends up he's just out in front, needs help from his teammate who also can't get a solid touch, and Squishy kind of going from pressuring to, I guess I'll just score mode there.
Squishy needs to bring back that star performance from that last series against Furia. But Card, lost looking for bumps against Squishy, opens up the net. That's a quick response by Furia.
Really nice. Wait, look at Lost here as he goes into the box. He pushes Squishy up the backboard and he stares at him. He waits for him to come back down so he can put him back up there and stick him to the dartboard and give a lot of space for his teammate Card to come through and score that goal. Great pressure from Lost. Little fake kickoff here from Furia, trying to get early possession and pressure on NRG.
See him touch as Lost has the back pass, make sure NRG doesn't expose that.
Oops.
And wow, Justin, I guess, did just that. Even when Furia brought it back, they thought they were safe. They're not.
They did have a really nice kickoff. They actually got possession, but then they didn't make the right touch after they went for that pass upfield. It got picked off. They finally kind of found themselves in an awkward position, went for a back pass, and NRG just controlled so much space, they ran right back through them. So, like the idea from Furia, execution fell apart, though, and it cost them big time late as well.
NRG started with the lead, but will they end it? What a great challenge 50 from Yan. Right into the box, but Lost a second too late to get on that as it's centered into the box. And Yan, how does he get through all of those people?
You're absolutely right. The wall is set up here. Lost pressuring on the net. Garrett G even gets a hand on it, and Yank somehow just absolute bull mode straight through everybody. Pokes it into the top left-hand corner. Big shock for NRG. Thought that one was coming out for sure.
Bull mode, bullseye, felt like. NRG started with the lead. Do they remain with it? Furia, it only takes them seconds to close the gap in the score. So we're equalized here in the series. Yan going far. Card ready for the pass. Yan wanted the back wall. Garrett reads it like a book. But Furia's offense, it thrives, it continues, it's relentless. Yan from the right lane, just dumps it in as the midfield patrolled there by Furia. NRG find a moment to try and bulldoze their way through. Card can't receive that pass. 10 seconds left until another OT. It's Furia with the shot. Justin had to flip to save, but again with another chance. A pass to Card. Justin with the early challenge brings us to the midfield. Lost to the back wall, denied by Squishy. It's a second OT.
Excellent vision from both teams there. Furia really testing that NRG defense with some of those passes, and Justin absolute locked in the net. Great vision to understand where those passes were heading and get there and make those saves. I'm ready for OT. This is a tense one.
Are we ready? The last one was 4 minutes, and it's NRG that just played conservative. They looked like they were going to lose. They were in the blue half for minutes as Furia pounded their nets. And it was just one mistake, one overcommitment that costed Furia that OT. Will they have learned a lesson? They started off the series well, but Furia on a defense as both members got mixed up in the air, giving chance for NRG to get creative, get cheeky to the right side, but sent away.
Kind of an awkward ball as well for both teams to handle here, and Yanks just straight through the middle of the rotation, trying to reset NRG and push them. That's a gorgeous pass, and Justin controls his speed as he crosses the midfield. That guy, there's a reason he's a lockdown defender. You don't really think of Justin that way very often, but you know he's got that side in him. He's been a safety net for NRG for as long as you can remember.
And Squishy's being way louder in this series too, and I bet in the comms too, because it felt like a lot of Garrett and Justin doing these passes and finding gaps between Furia. Now everyone on NRG is dialed in, so is Furia, that have just been quick to close the gap in the score every single time NRG went up. Here's the counterattack as Yan tried to run into some members, but it's NRG that slowed down the play to a pace they like to play at. Squishy sends it up deep. That back wall's unprotected. Garrett centers it out in the box, but Justin can't find the finishing blow as the midfield now slowed as Furia collect themselves.
And you look at Squishy and you're right. He's at the bottom of the scoreboard here. 374 score, and he can't make the stop. Yanks goes right through everyone. Card is an excellent play here just to beat Justin, but Garrett G gets a little bump taken out of him. Squishy trying to cover up and one step behind it. It's unfortunate because, you know, I was just about to talk about how well Squishy's been playing, but then he gets scored on. But what can you do? I mean, Furia, that's two really, really solid executing plays on the attack where they find a way to capitalize on this little pocket of space in the box. They go for that delaying touch, they pop that ball high, and then they come through, get that disruption in the net with some physicality, and somebody's right behind it to follow it up. Really nice job from Furia.
16 shots to 9 in favor of Furia. They smelt the win in the air, and I'm sure Jorby is too on the coast stream. Leaf, what are you smelling in this bracket? I hear the qualifier teams are up to no good.
I'm smelling a bunch of cooking going on because it's honestly close matches across the board. We've only had two 3-0s. The rest are like going into game 4s or concluding those soon. We have 3-0 for Space Station Gaming over Dignitas, Optic Gaming 3-0ing Shopify Rebellion. We did just get FaZe Clan finishing out their match 3-1 against G League, and G2 finishing their match 3-1 against M80. Optic also just finished theirs out 3-1 against Shopify Rebellion. Unless I already said that.
Yeah.
I think so.
So Stuffer on match point
Numbers.
and Koyer on match point. The qualifier teams are rising. It's the rise of the underdogs, it feels like.
I'm terrified.
After we just said the qualifier teams ain't Hogan mode, but Yan was almost him hitting that cross though, as Furia had a quick offense to start out things, and look how Squishy and Justin pressure that corner, but it leaves the ball to Garrett to almost be overwhelmed, but he had the boost to buy a bit of time, but maybe a free lane for Furia.
Yeah, you can see Card and Yanks there trying to figure out how do we want to move this ball. They just realize that NRG is essentially giving it to them. And so they all realize, you know what, let's just let that roll and make sure we get some boost here before we actually start this attack. And ultimately fruitless in terms of its productivity is lost. We'll poke that one to the safety of the sidewall, and yeah, it's just going to come through and try and break this up from NRG. And NRG really looking to try and establish, look, we need to get back on offense because that's 2 games in a row where we've just been bottled up and pushed into the backfield, and that has not been a good time for them.
That bottle that NRG have been playing, and it feels like they've shattered their way out. They're committing more people to that offensive front line, and because you can rely on Garrett, even if he's by himself, to buy time for this defense to rotate back, and you know NRG are so solid at those fundamentals as Lost sees the members in the net, tucks it to the corner to maintain possession, and that's what Furia are doing, just that. Even while Card is gone, Yin dribbles it high, waits for him to get back, lobs it above, catches NRG off guard.
Yeah, it definitely caught Squishy off guard in the net because he sees Justin go for this challenge, and he thought this ball is headed to the corner for sure, considering Justin's challenge line, but that shot ended up getting redirected back post, beat both Justin and Squishy. Real nice bit of placement from Card.
Both offenses have been firing on all cylinders, it feels like. Even the cannon that NRG had earlier was so close. Even in the upper 90, it was saved. Furia just seemed like just a well-rounded team and have had consistent results. Remember, although NRG won the last series against Furia, Furia beat them 7 or 8 times out of 9.
A lot.
So, will the script be different this time?
Only one way to find out. NRG really need to figure it out sooner rather than later. It's only best of 5. You're on your last life. You're already down. You're about to hit halftime. You need some type of offense, and that might be it. Card, huge delaying touch up to the sky. Excellent play from him. Steps up Squishy, and he will deliver top right corner. That's one in favor of the good guys if you're an NRG fan.
Yeah, Card. It was a good initial touch, but no one to assure that it goes to the corner. And it was second spot by the defense, but regained by NRG, who executed the second attempt. As the lead has never gone past one for either team. In the last game, it was NRG that had to fight to keep the lead. Now it's Furia's turn, especially on match point. It looked like Yan was cooking up something, but Justin robs him of the ball. Furia get it away from Justin. Here's Squishy against two defenders. 50 popped up Squishy there first. Garrett dives to get something done. As it's always Yan doing just that for Furia. Goes for the bump on the player. Trusts his team to clean it up. And Lost will do just that.
Big brain play from Yan. He sees Squishy up and kind of forcing him to take that ball in a certain direction. So Yan just gives up on the ball, just punts Squishy out of the way and continues to drive towards that NRG net and let his teammates follow up on the play. That's the value of a player like Yan. Gives you a lot of flexibility with how he can move that ball and manipulate the defense to his will.
Now NRG are picking up the place. They're going for very quick, powerful shots that Furia have been so good at defending. Is there a team that are used to this kind of aggression? And NRG know that they might have to use that against them to just make this series close. And that is a pass the card to the cross, and Squishy's there first, but Lost with that heavy touch almost found a way to turn the play on its head. But it's NRG that can't follow through with their counterattack due to these challenges from Furia. It's 90 seconds with Furia on match point and in the lead. Card going for the insurance goal, pitches it to Yan, who executes for Furia.
Another excellent delaying touch here from Card. Look at him just continue to press that ball, and it forces Squishy to dive. He doesn't want to let any type of touch come out. He wants to hopefully get a clear before it can become dangerous, but he can't make the read. Garrett G is just completely blind. He's trying to cover up the net as best as he can, has no idea where the shot's coming from. Huge insurance goal from Furia. Tons of pressure on NRG. It might be a round one lower bracket run for him.
At least we talked about the NRG lower bracket buff that they had in the Spring Cup. That's what it took. But they can also just force a game 5 in this next minute if they can make it happen. But Furia are playing to a level that NRG are starting to fall behind on, and it's because of Yan's setups this time. He doesn't need any help. 4-1!
Here's why you can't give him space. He's got 38 boosts. Look what he does with 38 boost. He beats 2 people. Just straight into the back post. Everyone thinking Garrett G was going to get a hand on that ball. And many people have had that same thought process against Yan. And many have been proved wrong.
Whoever comes out of this series, too, has to face most likely FaZe. We're still waiting for the winner of that series. So how you play on the day does matter. NRG looked so good in Spring Cup and looked so good at the start of the series, but Furia have adapted. They have evolved. Justin with a shot right into Card's lap, and seconds are draining by for NRG to come back, and Yan had the cape on his back, and he's been making every hero play, setup, bump, solo play. Yan has always been the star of Furia. That's an open lane, and it's just free. 5-1 for Furia, as it's the nail in the coffin to send NRG to the lower bracket.
Talk about making the adjustments. Huge show from Furia this entire series, I will say. And of course, if you want to back it up further from their exit in the previous regional. I mean, you get bounced out by NRG. Maybe NRG's playing really well, but you go into the lab and you look at that game and you say, what happened? What went wrong? And you come out here and you're, oh my goodness gracious me.
I mean, they gave up. So.
Yeah, he gave up, but what is this shot? He pre-flipped it. What? Hello, Yanks? Good shot?
It's for the hat trick, baby. Yan has been on fire. Furia are moving on to the quarterfinals to face the winner of FaZe Clan versus G League, which believe FaZe is on match point. No, they actually finished that series, so it will be FaZe. But what a series it was for Furia. It was a slow start, kind of figuring out NRG to either, slow it down to their level. But really, it was NRG that accelerated as they got more confident in the series, where you wondered, did NRG think that their chances to go to Major were possible? And I think as the series went on, they felt like they were capable of taking down Furia. They did it in the Spring Cup, and they tried their hardest to do it this time, but it's Furia who had a very firm close to the door at the end here.
Yeah, all felt very doable. But Furia, they started making those defensive adjustments. They sent that one deep player back and kept those kind of one-touch counterattacks out of the net. And of course, as we look at more round ones, Leaf version 1, they just got equalized on.
I wanted to give you some updates here. We got some exciting, but honestly, more exciting than what we just watched is going on right now. Gen G was actually down to Sup. Sup was at match point 2-1. Gen G brought it back, and the same thing was going on with the version 1 Koi match. So these are fight backs from the relatively better teams, I suppose you would say. The teams expected to win these matches are actually struggling to fight back, had to bring it to game 5. So good fight from both Koi and Sup right now in this first round.
Hey, those are the two teams I said out of the qualifiers.
Yep.
I thought it was Koi at the start of spring, but it was definitely Sup who have been the favorite coming out of the qualifiers, even though they didn't make the Spring Cup, if I remember correctly. So it's cool to see Sup bounce back.
I'd say arguably they have the harder matchup as well. And the fact they do that, but they're struggling a bit now. They're down 2 goals.
Leaf not a V1 believer confirmed.
What's that? They don't believe.
Previous regional win says not as good.
It's just if I had to put my stock in either one of them,
I see.
I think I know where it's going.
But it is interesting. And also, you're really expecting V1 to not be on defense in the way that they are. And they're bumping each other. And guys, what are we doing? Figure it out.
Yeah.
We got a couple minutes to figure it out. Sup, not so much. Minute left.
Down 2, especially against that really rock solid Gen G team. I mean, Gen G is so good at just buying and wasting time when they're up in this situation.
I mean, I always hype up Money every time I watch him play. At least, I got a little CRL bias going on from the work he's done over there. And obviously, I know this is the big dogs league. So it's been tough competition, and Sup and the qualifier teams haven't made it through. And looks like that'll pretty much confirm Gen G taking game 5.
Might be the nail in the coffin there, yeah.
Yeah.
If it's not, I will be astounded.
I would be very
I'll be like, yo, what's going on? What happened?
Yeah, that's when you start to question what's going on with Gen G.
Who disconnected and nobody called for a pause?
Right. Not to discredit Sup or anything, but you definitely question what happens when any team loses a lead like that.
Everything will be okay.
But the other side, V1, yeah. This is a much closer match than they probably want this to be, especially considering they're fighting for behind.
I'm just cat jamming to this music right now.
and imagine V1 actually end up losing this series, right? I mean, you have to make the deep run,
right?
And you're not even safe in terms of points for the split just because of how North America has played out. This is literally probably some of the most pressure V1's going to be under all weekend.
They're just taking NRG advice of just make mistakes, go to lower bracket.
Yeah, just mess up and see if you score.
You're going to get worse teams in the lower bracket. Just big brain moment.
Oh, there it is. Gen G taking their match. We might begin overtime unless.
Bruh.
Not enough pressure.
Oh, why would we go towards the wall?
Because you can't aim.
No, but why not just kick it mid and then just shoot it from there?
Maybe he's like me and he tried that. It just didn't go anywhere.
Maybe no one was there. Maybe nobody was there. He would know more than I would. Oh, okay. I get so scared seeing some of these people just like...
We actually have a listen in right now. Let's get down there where the field is hype.
Over 1. Defense is there. Third man able to make the save. And a battle in the corner. Daniel going to try and possess it. Gets it over 1. Can't get there in time. Calm with a swing and a miss. Another attempt here as BMO puts one towards target, but everybody else recovering back the other way. Big boom off the back wall. Up, down, into the hands of Calm. Not going to have the boost to get it done. Cheese will be able to make the save.
Right idea there by Com, and hopefully with beast mode on that turn has enough power to play it back, but now it's up high, it's over the top. Luckily defense, Com is able to rotate in time and get it past one, but already waiting. Koi in a really good spot here as they get over the top of one, a bump on the other, it's in front of the net, and the follow-up is there! Koi's gonna close it out in 5. V1 drops to the lower bracket.
Oh, the pain.
Canada does it again.
Wow.
Let's go, Sosa.
Just we gave him the buff with the 2 on the desk here.
Yeah, there you go.
That's what it was. What I mean, that it was just an exciting finish, I guess. Not for V1. I'm so, you know what? Kudos to the V1 broadcast. No bias casting, even on their own broadcast.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm very surprised, to be honest. That's where you get the freebie to do that.
You found your one Hogan mode team there.
How does Version 1 lose to Koi? Can we talk about that?
Tragic. It's tragic. Because it hit the absolute juice.
Wow. That's wild. That's probably the only one that was really, I guess, an upset in that first round. A lot of the other matches kind of went, even though a lot of them were close, they went the way we expected. But it's good looking at those teams going into the lower bracket, because then these teams are ready. They know they can contend against some of the tops. Lower bracket, maybe a little bit closer. We're gonna have to find out later as we have those matches. But we do move into the upper quarterfinals after this break, so stick around for more Rocket League.
Leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. I'm a rock, I'm a nick. Can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. Are you kidding me? This is really happening. It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
See this one slipped out. First killer doesn't have a flip. He's trying to use it to pass out. It's unbelievable.
Game 5. Double match point on the line. Fury and Moist 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. One another rises under pressure. That was a forced mistake. Matrix is around the demo, gets the ball. He's now taking steps inside the field on the reset. Getting out by everybody. That was otherworldly.
The competition in North America right now is tough. A lot tougher than people give it credit for, especially for that 5th spot. I mean, there's teams like us and FaZe tied right now, which is, you know, just showing how strong it is right now and how close everyone is. So yeah, it's gonna be hard.
As Optic, but they're looking to start it off. Jack to the top right, he punches it through.
The goal for the last invitation was obviously just to qualify for Boston as the main priority. Obviously, we want to win. We always want to win every regional, but we don't really mind if we don't go in with our, strongest performance ever. We just want to get over that finish line and make sure we're there competing for the win.
Shooter, but coming out, Nolly, he's taking the role, and he's the sharpshooter himself.
Yeah, we're definitely nervous for the last regional. I think it's natural, it's meant to happen, and I'm confident at the same time. We're playing very well. I'm actually playing very, very well at the moment, which I finally feel good about. I've not felt good since December. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be, a bit crazy. I've never had to compete for a major spot in the third regional. I've always either clinched straight away or was really out of it. So it's going to be crazy. I've never had to experience this, but I look forward to it.
Who's coming on? It's Nolly. Sean! Bottom left. What a snipe!
So my 5 teams who I think can make it, I have to back myself first. I got to put us in there. And then I'll go with Complexity in V1. I'll go with Space Station. FaZe are tied with us and Optic are 1 point ahead. I think FaZe are going to outplace them. Currently, they're in the top 5. I've got them missing out. But it's so close, it's tough to say.
Pulls out 2. Nolly don't win! Yes! Nolly finishes the series in overtime! And GG takes it in 5!
Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series as we continue on with day 1 here at the North American Invitational, our last regional for the entire season. We've gotten through round 1 now. I'm Leaf, Lemon, Kiwi, and Cheese joining me back on the desk to talk about our next matchups here. Looking at the first little bit of the bracket here. Lemon, mostly according to what we expected, except for one specific match that just ended off there with Koi.
So it's the rise of the qualifier teams, rise of the underdogs, a lot of game 5s. The Gen G sub one went, according to the script. And then you had Koi beating version 1. I still can't figure out how that happens because version 1 just came off of the wing of the Spring Cup. So like Chiefs and I said, you think version 1 are in the driver's seat, but sometimes that's just driving into a car crash. But they'll have to crash their way through the lower bracket. We'll see how that goes. But the round 1 gives you an idea of who's having a slow start to their invitational.
Well, I suppose you hope they don't try to crash their way through and just rather lead the pack on the way there.
Gently escort.
Yeah, right. That'd be the host. But yeah, these are your teams in the bracket. Reminder that we do have team streams going on around the board. So whatever platform you're on, look for your favorite team, search it up in the search bar, and try to find them. Join their chat. Join the commentators that are there on the broadcast going on and have some fun with your favorite teams. If you are going to stick around with us, we are going to focus in on one match. And of course, it's going to be Gen G facing off against Space Station Gaming. Space Station coming off a 3-0 against Dignitas. And Gen G, as Lemon, you just mentioned, coming off a 3-2-1 where they were down against SUP at one point. And right after we hear Abjack saying he's finally feeling like he's playing good, and then a result like this gets really tight.
I'm glad they feel like that emotionally. It's really good to believe in yourself. But they got Gen G ended top 12 in the Spring Cup. Gen G, a lot of people Dazzern has their back. I'll stick to the positives. And he put some polls out on Twitter. Is Gen G going to majors, worlds, etc.? Dazzern believes in them. If he does, I do. But in terms of results, Gen G aren't having, the best ones.
But they did close out that series really well, 6-0 and then 3-0. So clearly locked in when they really needed to. But here against Space Station, the team that defeated them earlier in the Spring Cup, I think a big opportunity here for Space Station to show, we're going to have a really nice deep run here. And I think if they get over Space Station, they put themselves in a really strong position to maybe just go through that upper bracket if they keep playing well, because their opponents, if they win this, would be Complexity and Optic. So this is a big match for Space Station. You get yourself a really solid finish with a win here.
Chat, hashtags, go! You're already doing it. GAG, M1, or hashtag SSG in the chat. Who's winning this one? Analysts, what are we thinking here? I mean, we got Space Station coming off a 3-0, so they're feeling hot. And Gen G, maybe a little of a rocky start here, but generally would be the team you would put as a winner here. So what's the vibes going into this to Cheese? What are you feeling now that we've already seen these two teams play in the first round?
If it had been closer in those last two games between Gen G and SUP and not an absolute blowout, I think I would 100% be picking Space Station. But since Gen G clearly locked in, I think I'm going to have to lean back and take the idea that I believe in the Gen G system. And I think that even with how good LJ is and his two teammates in Arsenal and Hoxer, I think Gen G's got the tools to beat him here.
Felt like the logic was leading me somewhere else, and then we got to this result. What about you, Levin?
I'm feeling a little spacey today. Give me SSG. They beat him 3-1 last time. It was super close, though, so I'm not super confident in that prediction. I think it's going to be a close match.
I don't know. I'm flipping, maybe almost a coin flip at this one, but I'll go with you. I'm going to listen to Chiefs. Gen G, I think I believe in this. I believe in the system as well. I think ultimately they'll go tight games, but they come out with results.
Yeah, it should be 52-48.
That's exactly
wow,
what
that's close.
That's right. That's on point. Good job, chat. I'm proud of you today. You're doing a great job. Let's see who we'll be proud of in this matchup, though. Gen G facing off against Space Station Gaming. We have another match to go. One team will drop down to lowers another, carrying on, which you kind of want. So let's see what happens. Lemon and cheese.
Let's go. That's us. And Space Station, third for majors in terms of points. But again, anyone can catch up to them, including Gen G, who are tied for fifth. Still just trying to climb in to the hot seat for majors. And after that 3-2 win over SUP, do Gen G, are they bringing that momentum, or are they feeling very vulnerable right now?
That is the real question. If you're Gen G, you cannot afford to have a slow start like you did against SUP here. Space Station will pick you apart. If you want to be a good Space Station team, you're going to have to rely, I think, a lot on Arsenal really getting in a lot of people's faces and really just let LJ and Hoxer drive the offense. Arsenal here should act as sort of a decoy and really try and pull Gen G's attention away.
This is already so much of a faster series than the one we just casted. Such a difference in play styles. Both teams being so quick. Great pass, drop off, stopped. Even with the Gen G demo. Here's LJ to the back wall. Arsenal has to cut from the left as Chronic takes it away, dropping it off to Jack. It's the boomer to the back, and it's Gen G up 1-0.
How does this one come through? I mean, there's Hoxer and LJ. They both rotate back. Hoxer has 7, like he has a ton of boost, and LJ has plenty of boost, and they just did not expect that type of shot to come through. They left the tiniest gap in the net, and Appjack found it.
Ooh, it's been quick. So is LJ cooking up round number 2? Nolly has to go for a quick challenge. Now is Gen G in the driver's seat. As LJ sends it so far from that corner, Gen G couldn't follow up. LJ dropping it off the box. Almost to SSG. Quick to react, but Gen G slow to the pitch as there's your equalizer.
Really like Arsenal's approach here. He sees his 2 teammates in the net, but he sees an overcommit in the corner from Chronic. He drives out into the corner with Noli as well, and they leave that near post open, and Arsenal spotted it, made the adjustment, put that in the open net. So really like that vision from him.
The Gen G just leaving that small gap, but it's one that SSG, especially LJ, can step up, take advantage of. Really been liking the way that LJ has been setting up the plays. There's another send away. Too far for Arsenal to follow up, but inch by inch, SSG are taking that. And even wait in the midfield. As soon as Gen G try to break out, SSG are quick to respond, just like there, as Nolly has to slow down the play, looking for friends and maybe some boost, because he ain't got none.
It's a scary time. I've been kind of camped out on Arsenal's camera to see if he is sort of facilitating that decoy role. And I would say he's definitely trying to, but he needs to be careful. Make sure he's not trying to do too much with not a lot of boost, because that's a surefire way to leave your teammates in a really bad position here. As Hawks are able to maneuver the ball all the way to safety. Space Station just pressing, seeing if anything opens up, but unlikely. Of course, that Gen G structure on defense, so sound.
Yeah, both teams came out swinging with so much speed, and Chronic catches that a little too wide. Nobody was ready from Gen G on that opposite lane to kind of keep the rebound play going. Here's SSG knocking at the door, seeing who's home. Chronic needs to follow up this touch. You see Arsenal was hunting for it. Now LJ wants to challenge the corner. Jack pinches it off as the 50 collides now to the midfield. It's like Gen G are just a bit quicker to the pitch to create more opportunities and more goals after that.
So it's an open net. Arsenal actually got stuck here on that Gen G side. You're not going to see it in this replay, but he tried to go for a demo and a boost steal. He got neither, and he ends up being one step too slow to making it back to net. And that's what I'm talking about. You don't want to try and do too much with too little, because then if you don't make the play in the back end, that safety net goes away.
And that last series between SSG and Gen G, SSG won 3-1, but the lead never got too far away from them up until Gen G took a game 3. There was even almost a 2-minute OT, so both these teams have been close. Arsenal looking for bumps. The Jack pops out just in time to save it. SSG almost tied it. This LJ won't be moved from this net. Stoic as Hawkster and friends creative to bait out this defense. Free jumps from Gen G, still save as Chronic follows up to make space.
Really nice ball movement from Space Station, in a really tight spot, because they ended up realizing that they needed to buy time, force Gen G to show their hand, and Space Station knows how to approach that Gen G side. It's just a matter of, can Gen G hang on to them with that defensive approach. And Ali, with that little pre-jump, gave himself a lot of options and covered a lot of ground very quickly to cover up on that really nice Space Station attack.
Lots of bumps too. Gen G removed from the play. Nolly will just buy time, throw a shot on. Why not? As everyone's respawned now from Gen G without too much pressure, they can take some positions on the field. see what they can cook up. It's a long pass from Nully to Chronic with love. And how does SSG stop that momentum? It's touches here and there, but recovery for Gen G. Now try to cut through that right side. Jack doesn't get the bump. He actually bumps his own teammate, so Gen G look a bit lost in the sauce, but nothing that Nully can't fix up from the midfield, almost to the upper 90, and no second man from Gen G to keep it going.
Yeah, apparently Jack, he kind of thought about it and decided, you know what, now's not the time, let that one go, and it actually worked out quite nicely. They did regain possession for a moment. Unfortunately, they can't make the touchback the other way. They make such a disciplined decision to leave a challenge, and then, unfortunately, 2 people completely miss. Apparently, Jack gets put in a bad spot. He can't make the touch either. SSG slide right through.
And a tie game at the 7-second mark. And Hawkster was almost the 4th imposter in that moment, it felt like. But going for the ball. But Jack looking for the shot. Second
Chronic to
touch.
Nolly.
Chronic backflipping, going to Jack, popping it up.
Oh, hello.
Nolly steps up. Is the net open? It's a little too high. LJ will pop it down to overtime, and just like she wrote last time.
Gen G was really hoping that somebody had more than like 20 boost right there. Unfortunately, not able to close the door on this one. Demo in the net. Chronic covering up wonderfully.
That was a 7-second tie by SSG. LJ has to be careful here, and Nully stepped up. Try and punish that. Always trying to take the ball from you. Whenever it's a heavier touch. Chronic and Jack have to be careful. Demoed. LJ thought he had an open chance to go for the home run. This goes all the way to LJ, taking a shot, and not saved by Gen G! Space Station Gaming wins game 1.
Arsenal wins a massive challenge in the midfield, and again, apparently Jack, really tough spot to be in, but credit LJ, massive shot. Even then, Appjack almost got to it. A little unlucky with some post interactions there, and it ends up going into his own net. But huge challenge win from Arsenal. That was a massive 50.
Space Station feels like they're setting up really well, especially LJ is like the spark plug to this team. But Gen G have been quick with just harassing them and trying to turn the play around. And the fact that SSG, they were the ones who had to come back at the 7-second mark to tie it and then go to OT. I'm glad we picked this series. It's a banger so far.
Yeah, it's a really good opportunity because you get to see kind of SSG. They're a team that will throw caution to the winds a little bit, and you can see what happens right there with that overtime win when they try and make that big risky play, and that's when Gen G finds themselves in a lot of trouble. And the other side of that coin is, if Space Station tries to make that big play, you saw Gen G get out in front early, right? Because they missed that challenge, they missed that demo, they don't get the boost steal, and then they're just out of position. So it's a real test of risk reward here for Space Station, and Gen G are banking on that type of consistency of their approach to lead them to victory.
Now Nelly in the corner seems overwhelmed, goes back to the net, saves it. Gen G's defense has been really good so far as Arsenal tucks it in. Oh no, it's Hawkster that gets all the credit. Either way, SSG connecting so well.
Man, that was so smooth from Hawkster. I mean, he just lightly chipped that one around one person on the sidewall, just immediately up off the ceiling, didn't even think about it, just put the pressure on Gen G and dots one top left corner to boot. Oof.
Oof, but like in a good way for them, I guess. Off the ceiling, Hawkster showing off his mechanics, and it's just right off the kickoff. He had immediate execution from SSG as Gen G came in flying towards that back wall, and Arsenal is quick to just take advantage of the space on the right side. Hawkster's gonna get overwhelmed there in the box. Arsenal collides just to see if he can give the ball back over, but now it's LJ forced to make a save. Hawkster with the clear that goes to Arsenal. Chronic tries to leap it, and it's a fake. He doesn't even connect with it. Hawkster gets credit.
That's the type of play you love to see Arsenal make. Gets that boost pad in the midfield, has 100, and look at him just show everything to Chronic. Says, look, we're going off the ceiling. Look, we're going towards the net. Look, I'm actually not going to touch the ball at all. And Chronic, he has to respect that jump. He has to jump at it. Must make some type of play because you can't let Arsenal through for free. Unfortunately, it let his other teammate through for free.
Heavy bounce and almost a heavy shot from Arsenal. The threat level increasing for SSG, who are in a solid lead. Their defense seems good so far. Nolly able to just get this ball at least in front of the net. But Gen G haven't found their moment to strike. Nolly's looking for bumps. LJ gets away from it. And Gen G hunting like sharks in the water for a mistake, for a moment to shine. Chronic bumps into a defender to slow down the rotations of SSG back to their orange half, giving Gen G a chance to just find one. And it's momentum that they're building, but it's the corner, that's all they have. And Jack placement a little too high, but I like the attempt to carve through the left.
They had everything, and they're going to get scored on back the other way. Arsenal, oh, he missed as well, and he will connect off the double tap. He will adjust and put that one away, but oh, Gen G, it goes from bad to worse. Triple commit in the net, nobody makes contact, can't make the save, and after you thought you had a for sure, like, cut the lead in half type of goal, apparently Jack ripping one off the backboard. Brutal stuff here in game 2 for Gen G.
It's just been really good possession from SSG in these corners. Whenever Gen G gets set up there, they're good at clearing, they're good at getting space. In terms of just having threat levels towards the net, they have to deal with so many defenders. LJ has a good follow-up to not let this land in the box, so Gen G lost that opportunity, but they'll create more and more. Chronic will be on the left, Jack pops it up, and the first one there is SSG. So this is tough. And now they're maybe even going for a fourth goal. Nolly could stop that, and that's pitched in front of the net. Hoxter with a hat trick.
Got to appreciate Hoxer's vision on this approach here. He doesn't have a lot of boost, but he knows that Gen G is in a bad spot, and so he decides to continue to follow that play through the midfield, keep the pressure on the opponents. They all lose track of him, thinking he's going to leave, and just catches him off guard, goes right over the top of everyone, puts 4 on the board for Space Station. Feels like you cannot lose this one at this point. You've done all the work early. You just hit halfway. You don't even care if Gen G scores right now. You know you're going to be able to waste all this time. You should be able to Sunday stroll your way to a 2-0 lead here.
And also SSG, it doesn't take like a million attempts on offenses to generate goals. It's one counterattack, and you find that gap and you execute. And that's that consistency we're starting to see more of from SSG, finishing the Spring Cup in 3rd place. They're a team that you have to watch out for, but it starts with at least ending this series on a high note. And yes, this game 2 is ending on a high note. This will put them on match point unless Gen G can do something in the second half, and couldn't direct that towards the net.
You have to hit that ball if you're Gen G here. I mean, all the misdirection in the world isn't going to matter at this point if you're not putting the... Look, we definitely caught the defense off guard, and we should be slotting this top left. And it's that type of inconsistency that sort of plagued Gen G in the previous regional, where they just weren't executing on some of the more routine approaches on offense or defense. And it will definitely cost them here. And because this is best of 5, you do not have the luxury of taking a timeout to collect yourself yet. That's not an option available to you. You're going to be down 2-0, looking at another deep run in a very dangerous regional. This is the darkest timeline if you're a Gen G fan or a player.
Even Gen G couldn't pull off the double tap, and even SSG are being physical towards Gen G's defense, so they have to keep their eyes on so many places. And with 37 seconds left, Gen G can just think about the next game, but having to think about how you're going to reverse sweep this is heavy on the mind when nobody is safe, especially Gen G. We're tied for 5th. Now Gen G, at least they're going for demos to relieve that pressure, so you can start bringing that physicality to the next game and see how you can shake up the structure of SSG.
The only answer is, I mean, they've done a good job pushing this ball to the orange half. It's really just come in that final, press the finish button type of moment, as SSG actually run into each other here, and nobody matters. Everything will touch the floor. A comfortable game 2 win for SSG. Huge opportunity here, cementing a very quality finish for SSG. Gives them an excellent look at the major. If you're Gen G, you're thinking, guys, we all had 3 shots and none of us scored them. and sometimes we even missed really good opportunities. So
Yeah.
this is a tough mental hurdle to get over in fairly short order if you're Gen G.
Well, in your Mobile One high performance replay, not favoring Gen G, unfortunately for them, SSG, especially Hawkster, next level mechanics. You had stealing shots, you had the fake with, I think it was this teammate, I forgot who, I think with Chronic. Either way, Leave. This was a really fun series so far. What do you?
Yeah. You want results? I got results. We got them right here. We got Face Clan and Furia going one and one right now. We got Coin G2. I don't know what I'm doing. Koi and G2 are currently 1-1 right now as well. That's right. Koi got a game off G2. Okay. And then Complexity Optic, based off the trend, you'd think would be a 1-1. It's not. It's Optic Gaming up 2-0 on match point.
Hey, yo.
Yeah. Complexity is up 1-0 in game 3, but it is still match point with 4 minutes left, so anything can happen there.
I'm just wondering, are Koi making a run? Should I hype them up more in the pre-show?
Did we find our surprise Hogan mode in a world where we thought NA had none?
North American mode activated. Maybe Complexity boomed, deactivated because they're on match point against Optic. So quick offense there for SSG. A 4-0 game 2, where it's not just Gen G losing to themselves in terms of misexecutions on the offense, but Hawkster on fire today. You know, not just solo plays, but the way he plays off of his team, too.
Yep, it's all about that positioning. He's a great mind for where he has to be on the pitch. Excellently placed shot from apparently Jack, smothered away. LJ covering up nicely that top right-hand corner as this is a dangerous approach. Gen G, all the space in the world, you can't miss that, and Chronic will finally score.
They can't, and they won't miss that. Jack has, he said in the interview he's been playing on fire. He was the first goal of Gen G when it came to the start of the series. And he just puts in so much effort in the way he set up his team. It's beautiful to see Gen G not give it up. And we got to see that consistency where SSG have just been better at the way Arsenal is flying like a bird, almost to the back of the net. Good stop by Gen G, but still stuck in that blue half. Hawkster was surprising them. LJ looming in the box.
Oh boy.
But while SSG are so extended, Gen G find their moment to counterattack, but SSG bought time.
It's that solid positioning from Arsenal. That's what he should be doing right there in the midfield. You keep your eye on where Gen G could be moving the ball and just make sure that you can get in there and put a body there. That's all he's got to do, and let his two teammates worry about everything else.
All right, LJ starts that drive. Demo. Possession for SSG, double demo. Hawkster loses the challenge to Nully, and this goes all the way back to the orange half. So that momentum, that aggression generated from SSG, you go back to square one. Chronic 50 stalls. Jack is able to sort of have a handle on this. Now bumped off the play. Everyone thinks there's a moment to get on this ball, and SSG almost were able to expose a mistake, but it's Gen G putting on the threat levels. Still fighting for possession. Chronic still has the boost, but couldn't get above that defender. Nully demos. And that's not an offense that they can pull through either.
Gen G really starting to flex that passing game, though. You're seeing these deep crosses all the way across the field, and then you get a shot like that where it just goes right down, straight towards the net. That type of approach where you throw that ball left and right for a few attempts, and then bang, you throw one straight at the net. Sometimes people just don't see it coming. They get too locked into the passing play as SSG is just colliding with everybody here in this corner. And Chronic will get the ball out to the safety of open ground in the midfield.
But Gen G are keeping a better eye on SSG, the way that they go for fakes and slow down the play. Gen G almost got lost in the sauce, trying to defend that right post. Their counterattack is quickly sent away. It takes a lot of attempts for Gen G to get it through, it seems, just based on what I saw from game 2. They got the one goal, but you're not cozy if you're Gen G. You have to pull off the reverse sweep, but it starts in game 3. Shot from Jack off the back wall, nice. Unprotected. LJ pre-jumps, and he saves, and Hawkster makes the space.
Great job from Hawkster to come through and support his teammate, and almost slipped one through the middle of the net. As apparently Jack just has to buy a little time. Arsenal, that's where his value is. All that speed as well can get right back into the mix of things in a short order. But Gen G still moving this ball wonderfully, and SSG doing an excellent job to keep them at bay.
Genji are being so creative. It's these heavy bounces in the box that are just so hard to get on top of before SSG contest the 50. Now Arsenal up against Chronic, but it's a heavy shot that Arsenal couldn't follow through. But he's up in the sky against Jack, who stuffs it into the corner. And Genji just have to not choke.
Yep.
So I don't know how possible that is, but we'll see.
Incredibly possible for a team like Gen G. Unfortunately, they missed the ball finally. That should buy a lot of time for SSG to really push forward and try and make a solid counterattack here. This plays like that from Gen G are what SSG should be trying to feed on, because now you got an opportunity to gain space. You have to make the most of it.
Back pass there from Nully. Arsenal found his moment to harass, and Gen G find themselves with backs against the wall. LJ bumps to Hawkster. 50 seconds for SSG to look for a response. It's taken a lot of time despite just a dominant game 2. And the demo Nully pops it up to the back wall just when you thought SSG laid down the red carpet, and more demos come in as SSG want to keep them locked in that blue cage. SSG, LJ, really good guidance with that left side, and the challenge pops it all the way back. 24 seconds for Gen G to buy and to waste, but they don't have the ball, and SSG keep producing opportunities, but Gen G's defense is just too good.
Ooh, it's so awkward for SSG right now. They need some possession, but they don't have the strongest position. They're gonna have to fight real hard.
Oh yeah, a couple seconds. Jack going for demos. Gen G wanting to land this on the ground. And there it is for the insurance goal. Either way, Gen G are alive.
Man, felt like there was like, not necessarily like high quality opportunities for Space Station, but you're like, okay, they're in control of the game, right? And then you saw that one mistouch, the miscommunication between LJ and Hawkster about who should be going for the ball, when it just went all the way back to that orange side, and you were like, oh no, that one's probably over, because they're not ready for the back pass, and they just gave up all the space. So Gen G find a way back, and in stunning fashion, really. This was the keep Space Station honest type of game, where you just throw them towards the net and say, look, you got to make the stops, right, Leaf?
Right. You said it, so I'm assuming it's right.
Thank
you. To be honest. Updates, if you guys want here. We still have the FaZe Furia game in overtime right now, so it's still tied 1-1, 2 minutes into overtime. Exciting match. G2 is now up on match point against Koi, and Complexity do garner himself a win 4-1 over Optic in that game 3, so they keep themselves in the game going into that game 4.
We were talking to Cheese about our Complexity boomed or not, what's happening. They fell out early in the Spring Cup, but they got to go back to that top 3 material that we know.
In short order. No time to waste either. You don't want to play against anybody in that lower bracket. Doesn't matter who they are. You can rattle yourself quite quickly, but getting back here, Gen G, you really just want to see that same level of offensive pressure come back. They don't care how many shots it takes to crack the net. They just want to be the ones controlling pace of play.
Yeah, SSG definitely fell off in game 3 when you thought this was going to be a sweeperoo of a series. They 4-0 in game 2, but SSG, they got outshot 11-3. So it's Gen G, needing 11 shots to generate 1 goal, but it's SSG not finding those opportunities the same way they did in game 2.
That's that very controlling type of play style that Gen G are so good at. They identify space very well. They buy time. Their challenge game is generally solid enough to at least be able to keep things in at least a neutral ground, really prevent teams from finding strong counterattacks, and that's what keeps them in games for so long. It's not always going to be a blowout offense for them, but when it is.
Yeah. Just in the last series when they faced it, was never really that big of a blowout. And it was Gen G who kind of came back 3-0 in game 3 to make the series go slightly longer. It's the only game they took. Gen G, will it be more? Can they hit the high score of 2 games against SSG?
Ooh. I thought that was the juiciest redirect ever.
Oh, okay.
It was unfortunately wide.
I was looking at my notes, so you scared me.
I'm sorry.
Well, everyone's scaring each other. They're demoing. Nully wanting to connect with Chronic. LJ with the 50 pops up, but Arsenal's the one that makes sure it doesn't land in front of the net. I like this harassment. I like Gen G taking up more real estate in this economy. It's rare. And Nully crashes and burns into the defenders, and it looks like
nice
SSG
job.
can break out.
Arsenal very smart there. He had no boost, but he really positioned like he was going to flick that ball upfield and got Gen G to give him the space. Little stutter step, tries to go behind Chronic. Right on it, but he's got Hawkster with him. And again, that Hawkster positioning where he just waits for plays to develop and lets Arsenal work a little magic, gets the job done.
And Nully, I guess, thought that shot was going high, and when you got two of your teammates failing to save and you're the last one who has to come up with something, you're not going to be sitting where your other defenders are. The fact that all three of Gen G were there and weren't able to stop it, had no space to work with, SSG execute at a moment they needed to the most, especially when they got shut out in that last game. What else can they do? You need more insurance, especially against a team like Gen G, who have definitely crept up on you in the series.
Yeah, you get the pressure put on you, though, on the other side of the coin if you're Gen G here. You know that you drove pace of play, and you started off this one quite well, but you've conceded now, and Space Station knows that they don't have to force anything. They will turtle up to some degree. You're under halfway. All you have to do is make sure you don't make any stupid decisions, and that's going to put a lot of pressure on Gen G to get quite creative on the attack and start making really nice shots on target or getting physical and trying to pull themselves out of position to make something happen. Gen G is the one that's got to accept all the risk here if they want to stay alive.
Gen G were demoing SSG, and they came back and demoed, and Arsenal can't get the second touch. As Gen G closed that right post very well, but it's LJ there, and Arsenal with the demo, and the net is open.
That is what Arsenal is also good at. You forget he was on one of the most demo-heavy teams sometimes, but he still got it, and LJ absolutely crushing Nolly on that challenge. Brutal stuff.
Dunkaroo, minute 34, 2-0 for SSG. And Gen G thus far haven't been able to score a whole lot against SSG. Not more than one goal. So do they have what it takes? Jack felt good about his play, and he needs to hype up his team, and that was almost a moment that Gen G could have capitalized on the smallest of gaps. Someone just got shoved. Jack to Chronic, the post! The post had it coming, but Gen G needs to hit those!
Number one defender in all history, all time. The post and crossbar does another great job if you're Space Station Gaming. You love to see it, and if you're Gen G, you are devastated. You don't have a lot of time to work with. You were about to have a whole minute to find one. Now you've got 45 seconds to find two.
And Gen G have only scored once all series. So what's up? Have we updated the OS? We've at least uninstalled some players with some demos, but now what? What are we cooking? Arsenal just kind of slow down the ball in front of the net. Chronic just passing it to the enemy team. LJ doesn't get the second touch. So at least Gen G salvaged that opportunity. But SSG, even though they got outshot 11-3, have clearly learned from that and have created so many more opportunities.
Well, Lemon, I will say you picked correctly here. Oh, and Arsenal. Oh, you love that. You love that. Such
Not if you're Gen G.
You hate that if you're Gen G. This is the worst. This is terrible. But it's amazing if you're a Space Station fan. He even let him come and pool shot him into the net. But boy.
Said, end it quick.
End me.
8 seconds left. That will be SSG taking the series. It's looking worse and worse on the bracket, but 3-1 for SSG. Moving on to the semifinals to face the winner of Optic and Complexity, which is still going down. Complexity taking a game 3 there, but we've always talked about the inconsistencies of Gen G and with so much how high the stakes are for this Invitational especially. It's a buff, it's pressure, it's weight on the shoulders of everybody, but SSG proved that they will not be shaken, they will not be stirred. They'll take the series dominantly.
Wonderful show from Space Station Gaming. Earlier on, in this series, it was a lot. It took some amazing plays to find their way through some of that Gen G attack. Unfortunately, Gen G ended up earning one back there in game 3, but ultimately Space Station not to be denied. They were able to execute. They had that great disruption from Arsenal throughout the entire series, made it as difficult as possible for Gen G. And again, similar to the last regional, Gen G kind of beat themselves every now and again. They did not quite execute in spots where they needed to be executing. You see that missed save? There were a couple missed shots in positions where they really need to be getting saves or shots in the back of the net. Gen G just did not have the ice this series, and it cost them big time.
Well, Space Station might be going for another deep run. Third place in the Spring Cup to going to the semifinals. Not dropping too many games. 3-0 to Dig and 3-1 to Gen G. SSG looking good.
Optimal outcome for Space Station League.
Absolutely. First game done, though. We do have a couple more matches here. I'm now useless because you can see everything on screen. We do have Complexity going back to a game 5. So they're on that run back reverse sweep attempt against Optic Gaming. And then, of course, on screen here you have
FaZe,
FaZe and Furia. Match point for Furia. G2 and Koi, I just want to let you know, in case you didn't see it, is at game 5. Just letting you know that. So Koi's on a hot streak today, but it seems like might have a listen in here. Furia looks like they're on the route to win. We got Jorby. Let's take a listen.
Free when it's first killer behind the ball. I mean, honestly, how many times have you seen first killer not get the most ridiculous, like, triple quintuple tap that you've ever seen? Tell me, because I don't know when it is. I don't know when he doesn't do it. Oh my God, don't scare me like that, boys. Don't scare me like that. Here's the return. Tie game. He's going for the air bump, but he doesn't get it. Oh! He shows up. There he is, the star, the hero, Big Helgis himself. He puts it in.
Oh, Yanks! That's what a great goal. Vamos, Yanks! Vamos conseguir essa classificação agora. É momento de conseguir ir longe. É momento de ir no Major. Vamos, Brasil! Vamos no chat. Coloca o Bora, o Gênio, tudo. Vamos flodar esse chat, galera. Let's go, Jorby.
So close. Only a couple more seconds. 24 of them, in fact. A second goal would be juicy. Like your local blueberry, strawberry, peanut butter smoothie. I've never tried that. Try it out. It's pretty dang good. I lost. Gonna push that back out to the side. We're looking for the whole sandwich, though. Peanut butter, the jelly, the honey. Cards missed the ball. That's not the peanut butter, bro. Okay, wait, we got the jelly. Where's the bread? Lost is the bread. Yeah, it's the peanut butter. Hang on. I'm waiting for the honey. Where's the honey, Yan? Wait, there's no time. Put it on the ground. We're not having Luminosity 2.0. There it is. There it is. There it is. Let's go.
That's some energy, that's for sure.
Into the distance.
Oh my God.
Oh, wow.
We go to
Right
the
to the
other
goal.
team.
Jorby's energy carried through right to this game as well. Look at that. Beautiful Bardowski there for Complexity.
Oh,
but
so fast.
again, they do have a bit of a battle that they got to get themselves back into here. This is a reverse sweep attempt for Complexity with Optic sitting at match point a couple games in a row and up by a goal now with 2 minutes left. Anything can happen, but it's definitely Complexity's series to win, that's for sure.
It's crazy that, Complexity, they didn't have the strongest showing in Spring Cup, but overall are the #1 team in terms of Spring points. But the fact that it's 4 points that separates 5th to 1st seed, and nobody is safe, and that's why Complexity have to full send it.
Reminder that G2 Koi game is still going on as well. 1 up for G2 with 2.5 left over Koi. Both these series
nice. What?
coming down to a tight.
I'm so disappointed with the Complexity attack right there.
Disappointed Data Chiefs.
Wait, what just happened here? Was it just
I
an open
believe
net?
that was a second
okay.
goal for G2, yeah.
Oh.
Thanks. Koi's, wherever Koi goes down a lower bracket, that'll be down to face the winner of Axel and Shopify. Ooh, those two teams got to watch out if Koi's playing like this. All right, let's head over to the other game. That's final minute of gameplay here for these two teams. Let's head down to the field. We got Optic on the mic.
Corner. Reynolds is going to take over. Gets it past 1. AJG sends it to the Complexity corner. Magic Bear in a tough position, but he will make it work. Razeable to the backboard. And a big clear from Optic. That's going to push Complexity back to their own end. Final 30 seconds. CRR, the air dribble out to the midfield. Magic Bear in a tough position. Can't make the read. AJG there for the shot, but Magic Bear has it filled up. AJ with a clear towards the net. CRR sweeps it to the side. 10.
No.
All right. Well, that gives that's
No spoilers.
We sort of,
Oh, they scored. Oh, my goodness.
okay.
Yo.
What a time. What a time for that to go down.
Oh, this game always delivers, doesn't it?
There's always something happening, that's for sure. Look at that slot.
AJG with the slot. What a bang.
Okay, well, that's likely going into overtime now. Back to
Okay,
G2
Koi.
Koi. Yeah, Koi. Lemon is, they're garnering back now, saying this team. Lower
We
bracket, gotta watch
choked in
out
the
for
game
'em.
5 last time.
Uh-huh.
Don't choke again, right? Just lightning strike twice on the same choking team? I don't know. Well, okay, let's just look away from that then, I guess.
That might be a
Thanks,
stat that
production.
I don't know if we have enough data on. Can't truly say for certainty at this point.
This is hype. Oh, we gotta get a pulse check on Spaceman. This Optic game.
Oh, yo! Pulse check on Spaceman. It is either in the dirt because he knew it was going to happen, or it's like 400 because he had no idea if it was going to happen.
Oh, there it is. Complexity dropping down to lower bracket. They'll be in a nice spot, though. Again, they had that extra ring, so they'll drop down to lower bracket round 2. G2 looking like they might have this one out. And
Better not tank this if you're G2. This had better be a free closeout.
We'll find out. You know, let's see how the G2 boys are feeling down on the field right now. Let's get a listen.
Mark and Koi, they're on the back burners. G2 trying to secure a top 6. I heard FaZe and Gen G lost. That's good for us, bad for them. Jamar, you'll have to watch a winning culture, and this is what we do over here. Reset. Somebody put a hand up. The hand is not up just yet. 20 seconds left. Here we go. Chicago. Oh, look at that. It's beautiful. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. G2's getting top 6 today, baby. Where the haters at? You're nowhere to be found.
I don't know. Are they in the chat? Where are you going? Where are they? Bates and Taco was there too. Danger Taco was there, but that was an all Bates session.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta let Chef Bates just cook.
Yeah,
Man.
right.
You just let him go.
Hard to take the mic from that guy.
Yeah. And so sometimes you want him to have the mic in a moment like that because he's going to pump your team up. That's for sure. And anytime you get G2 in a winning position, he's pumping them up. That's for sure. But we do have our second round all finished up for upper bracket. So those teams that we just saw win there, G2, of course, and then Furia, Optic, and Space Station moving on to the upper bracket semifinals. They're going to wait there. They don't play today. They get a little break until tomorrow. We do head down to the lower bracket. We have M80 versus V1 waiting for us on the other side of the break. So don't go anywhere. More exciting Rocket League to come.
What's with these seats, bro? I thought you had the hookup.
Dude, it's all us retired players get.
Can you believe we're here? Game 7, grand finals of the World Championship?
Yeah, I mean, it's cool and all, but what about me? What about, like, everybody else?
Everybody else?
Yeah, like all the players looking to make it to the next level. Like, what if there was a tournament for them?
Yeah, but who's gonna do that?
Leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling.
Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher.
without Burst Killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it. The pass down. It's unbelievable.
Game 5. Double match point on the line. Fury and Moist 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. It won another rises under pressure. That was a forced mistake. Matrix is around the demo, gets the ball. He's now taking the opposite side of the field. On the reset, can he outplay everybody? That was otherworldly.
I think our goal for this invitational is to obviously make the Boston Major. I think that's the one thing that really we could accomplish here, like at the end of the season, the one big goal. So definitely trying to make another top 4, top 3 run is, I think, what we need.
All of these players, is Garrett gonna tie this one up, and they're finally getting the ball rolling here.
The competition nowadays, and especially this split, it's the closest it's ever been. I mean, I think we're 8th or 9th, and we still have like a really realistic shot of making it. So it's definitely something I've never seen before, and honestly, it makes it exciting.
From Justin, utilizing that crossbar in the offense. Bang, bang, down the field. That's a transition goal.
At this point in the season, with everything that's happened, there's a lot of pressure to make Boston. At the same time, though, I'm very much in the underdog mindset. Every single win we get, if we were to make Boston and potentially not make Worlds, to me, it would be a big success just because of all the stuff we've been through this year. I definitely feel like we kind of have a dark horse mindset at this point. So if anything, I think that helps us.
Oh, double tap. Now he found Justin. Justin, oh my God! The cannon shot of his life!
I think the approach to the last regional and just the end of the season in general is just one match at a time. We can think about all these scenarios with the points and stuff, but if it's going to happen, it's just going to be us winning one match at a time. So not thinking too far ahead. Say we got a big win, we can't start thinking about Worlds before it's happening. So yeah, just not to think too far ahead, and to play in the moment and to be optimistic and try our best.
Actually, this pressure. Or will you get crushed under the weight of Garrett G?
I ran away with you to seize the night when ashes dropping down. We step aside. I ran away with you to seize the night when ashes dropping down. We step aside. Smoke is coming to the sky. You can't believe your senses. You think you've seen it all until you is burning down. We're always strong enough to build our own. We've been running for ages to search some light. I want you, I know we both escape to lose the ground. We've been running for ages to search some light. We can feel that we're there after running for nights. We feel so
The Rocket League Championship Series is back. I told you it would be after the break. We still got more games to play, so why wouldn't it be? I'm Leaf, and alongside me we have Stacks and Spaceman, now just coming off of their side mechanic jobs. What are you guys doing?
You want to take it?
We're having fun, Leaf. I know up in Canada you guys don't get to do that very often.
We don't do fun, okay?
You pasty Tony Stark. We're having fun, okay?
All work and no play makes Brody a Canadian boy.
That is the saying.
Wow, this turned around on me. Let's pull up the bracket. I'm done with that. Fellas, we're into day one of the North American Invitation, the last matchup in this season, or last regional in this season before we hit that Boston Major, and then of course Worlds after. And the bracket's starting relatively where we expected. Stacks, Koi, I guess maybe the big standout right now, especially getting a win and then going to Game 5 against G2.
Yeah, Koi has been on fire really this whole split relative to what they were leading up to the spring. I mean, in the fall and winter, they couldn't buy a win. And all of a sudden, last call, at least they've given themselves a chance. But they still have now a long run. But when you look at where they are there in that lower round two, I mean, you could have worse lower round two matchups for sure. So they're in an okay position.
Yeah, no, I look at that and I say, hey, that's a match Koi can win, whoever comes out of that. But as we said, it's open for everybody. Let's see how it goes though. Let's get through the games. Reminder, team streams are going on. So if you want to watch any of the matches we're not watching, you can watch them. But we are going to focus in on one specific match here. And of course, that's version 1 versus M80. I said it before the match, and that hasn't changed. Version 1, a bit of a struggle earlier on in their upper bracket. Again, it was Koi that sent them down here, Spaceman. And now they need to regain step back after such a great performance in the last regional.
Yeah, and if I want to say this is the first time really it seems all split that they've really been tested, but just in terms of what this team brings to the table quantitatively as an offense, this should not be a problem for them. That's no shade on M80 at all. We've seen M80 actually have pretty decent runs. We're looking back towards maybe the start of the fall split for this season. But for V1, obviously the biggest question was coming in, how quickly will the acclimation period be for Daniel on this team? It seemed to be relatively quick. They hit the ground running. They haven't stopped. And look, they're in the lower bracket, but they've essentially secured what they need to. At this point, it's just reps and practice. I think they're going to be just fine.
Chat, do you think they're going to be just fine? Let us know. You can do that. We'll get your opinions. Hashtag V1, hashtag M80 in the chat now. We'll start tallying this up and see what the analysts think. So we got the match almost about ready here. So let's get our picks on the board. I want to just throw it out there. You know what? I was hype on M80 earlier, and after last week with Hogan mode, I'm just for some reason on this underdog train right now, and I'm going M80. I want to see them do this. After what we saw from V1 there, they might be a little shook on that last. Stacks, what are you thinking?
If this were in the winter, I even with Daniel on this V1 roster, I would have given M80 a much more of a chance, but unfortunately, they've fallen off a little bit, and V1, I think they recognize the enormity of the situation. I got V1 here.
I expect Fully to stand alone on this, so that's okay.
There's a real
V1 pick is right, Spaceman.
Yeah, no, you're going to, buddy. It's V1 for sure. I think this is just going to be a pretty easy match for them.
80% in chat.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, chat, what are you thinking? Yeah, it's a little bit of love, but yeah, that's kind of what we expected, I suppose. But we do find ourselves now down in the lower bracket. This is where we start to send some teams home and things get really, really tough. The gloves are off. Let's see what happens. M80 version 1, Spaceman and Stacks.
Well. Imagine what happens here. Let's get ahead of ourselves a little bit. If version 1 survive against M80 as Beast Mode has to make a save 4 seconds in, and they go on to face Complexity, then you're looking at the very real possibility of a team winning a regional and not qualifying for that splits major. Something that has never happened in North America or Europe, but becoming ever more likely as Kinsey, second touch, goes wayward, and Lion Blaze will try to keep this in. V1 will break out of the zone, and this deadly combination of Daniel and Beast Mode has its work cut out for them.
There's only one way this season should come down to the wire. If we're talking about Regional 3, of course, it comes down to maybe the head-to-heads, maybe the map differential. But if you're V1, you need to have a strong showing here. You cannot let M80 slip under the guard. But speaking of that quantitative offense that V1 bring to the table, it's just the sheer volume of shots they have. Be easily one of the best in the region, and that firepower is going to be tough for M80 to deal with. If they can, they have to be relying on the backboard and on those clears. So far, doing a nice job as they put pressure on early, and Daniel has to play a 1v2. This is where the offense can really click up.
Daniel was brought in to score goals and score bunches of them, and he did. In the first round, even though they lost, he had 7 goals. He had more than his 2 teammates combined. 7 out of their 12. As Calm leaves this one for Daniel. And that's the challenge now for M80, to find a way to shut down Daniel or to simply outscore him. As Koi had to do earlier, that ricochets towards the net, and Calm just barely keeps it out.
Those demos are going to be big. Keep your eye on the physicality in this game. M80, one of the worst teams in North America at avoiding pressure. They get demoed more than any other squad in the region. So if you're Calm, if you're Beast Mode, you're going to be hunting for players on the back wall, on the goal line, but you also want to see that on the other side, reciprocated from the likes of Percy and Kinsey as they put another one dangerously towards the net. V1 handling the pressure quite nicely early on, but it's been all of M80 with possession as they get back to the midfield.
Calm with the follow-up to send that one wide, trying to draw the defense out, and M80 holds their ground. And it's Lion Blaze, unable to repeat as CRL World Champion, as that's deflected away by Calm. And now Daniel back the other way, Calm underneath. And Kinsey denies him, now Beast Mode. Stopped by Lion Blaze, Percy will take over with Lion Blaze still downfield. He's got options, calls his own number. Daniel the easy save, not much of a follow-up, as Kinsey does get it over to Lion Blaze. Percy waiting on the doorstep, but Calm will guide it to safety. Daniel's over there as well. Version 1, weather the storm again.
And
here's Daniel from the heavens. Flip, reset, drop it down, and Percy clears.
These are just really good reads, right? Like, you're looking at kind of the boost grab in the corner from V1. When they splinter off on rotation, you're forcing all of M80 to commit to one side of the field. They're not giving a lot of space to M80 to be creative offensively, so that when the space collapses, V1 can play mechanics, and they can beat you time and time again.
Lawler said it very poignantly. The qualification for the Major and for Worlds just got a whole lot more interesting when version 1 dropped down to the lower bracket in round 1. Daniel, indirect for himself, could not drive it home, and Percy will clear it away. M80 is not biting on any of these attempts from version 1 to draw them out from the net. They're staying at home, waiting for legitimate opportunities. Here is one, and Daniel has that go to the corner.
If you're going to manipulate space, if you're V1, you're going to have to do it on your own. Like Stack said, you're not going to get a lot of opportunities where the defense will bite. It's M80's pressure, as their presence on defense, their patience that's really paying off right now. Those 50s continue to go to the way of V1, and back to the midfield yet again. You're looking at solo shots here, but it splits the defense, pulls them off their goal line, and burns boost. It's a really big resource game right now from M80. And back to the midfield, Beast Mode can't pop it over. This is where you want to see M80 start to press.
Hank closed out here. Demo on Lion Blaze, and Daniel's got to scramble back towards the net to keep this a scoreless draw in towards the final 30 as Calm nearly threaded the needle. And Percy makes sure to grab that corner boost. He'll go out after this quickly. Had to burn a lot of that boost to get there. And then Calm screened off the play, so Beast Mode's got to take over now inside 30 seconds. And now it's Percy Has Lion Blaze again downfield, but everybody's got to retreat.
Oh,
and the
no.
net's wide open. They got him caught in the middle of the field, and Daniel scores with 17 to go.
And there's a bump on the goal line. V1 get a nice little chip shot right onto Kinsey. He was up for the challenge. You see it in the replay. Beast Mode flies in, takes him off of his route, and there goes the open lane. That's the physicality that comes out of V1. You cannot account for, but you have to be ready to respond with an extra number back on defense. The safety gets blown off the play, and it's an open net and a 1-0 lead.
And maybe about to be 2 as Beast Mode playing that through. More time wasted by version 1 as they try to close out a 1-0 victory, and they just about have. It's all scrambles right now for M80. Lion Blaze try to drop down to Kinsey, and that caught a deflection, which will keep it alive. Now Kinsey, Lion Blaze got to get on the same page. It's high to the backboard, cleared away by Beast Mode. Kinsey doing all he can, and it is barely enough as M80 are forced back to their own half, and that's where the ball dies. And version 1 gets a goal from Daniel, and that's all they needed. V1 up 1-0.
Gotta write it down time and time again. M80 squad struggles against the demos. They struggle against bumps. They're very good at dishing, but very difficult at getting out of the way. And that's where V1 found their success in this game 1. They weathered the shots early. M80 put a lot on the board. You're looking at a really great game from Lion Blaze and Percy upfield. But Daniel and Beast Mode combined just on 2s alone. If you're splitting numbers, you're gonna have to deal with that air presence. And if you can't protect off the backboard, you're playing on the ground. And what happens on the ground? You're meeting demos, you're meeting bumps, you're meeting Beast Mode and Calm, rotating off ball and getting physical. That's where this V1 squad stands out, and this is where M80 have to start making adjustments in this series, Stacks.
That goal for Daniel, his 8th, to go with the 7 that he scored in the opening round. He's now got as many goals so far today as M80 does as a team. So the 1-0 shutout for V1 as we get set to go to Forbidden Temple. Again, Daniel is going to have his work cut out for him. He's going to need some help somewhere along the way from B-Mode and Calm if version 1 is going to survive and advance past M80 and certainly past Complexity. There's Beast Mode. There is the help. His 4th and a 1-0 lead again.
It's not just the skins available in the Rocket League shop. It's also the Autobots on the field from Calm and Daniel and Beast Mode all putting it together in full form. By the way, go check out the skins. A beautiful start from V1. And that's what you want to see from the boys in purple.
Hashtag ad. 9 seconds gone by. V1 into the lead. So they get 2 unanswered goals. And they continue to pour it on. Beast Mode has Calm chasing Lion Blaze downfield. And Lion Blaze evades contact, makes the save, and then finally gets obliterated by Calm, who gets back to disrupt the shot. And Daniel finishes off the defensive effort. Now Percy to center. Not happening. And Daniel will clear, so Calm has his hands all over everything right now for version 1. At least in game 2, had the assist as well, and Beast Mode makes this save.
Oh, great patience, too. He gets the soft touch and plays it down to the turf immediately on the follow-up from Kinsey. Percy trying to bully his way through the corner. Daniel just burning a lot to keep the defense honest. You're pulling 2 defenders up. You're winning the 50s if you're V1. And now you've caused a bit of panic right now on the goal line. It's just chaos for the moment. You need to find a way to clear this ball. If you're M80, you're low in the tank and you're struggling to hold possession.
The only thing you say in traffic, hey, go if you're going. And nobody did there for M80. There's Calm. Quick shot from the wall. Percy there ranging across the crossbar for the save. Calm getting in Kinsey's face. And then Daniel dishes off to the side. Beast Mode was coming in behind him and Kinsey all over it. Well defended by M80 to at least keep themselves in this game very early on. Have to imagine a 2 or 3 goal deficit would be just devastating the way version 1 is locking them down here.
It's an interesting decision from Lion Blaze to play that back into that 3rd rotator into the play. You take away possession here for M80, you give it back to V1, who get an easy counter swing back upfield, and now we kind of stall out again. Offensive 3rd there, great shot from Lion Blaze, just slap wrists into the back of the net, but a quick save from V1 to get out in front with a hand up as Daniel looks for the demo. But it's been a couple of interesting counterattacks from M80. They really haven't found sustained drives downfield, and maybe it's a comms issue, but to start, they look a little bit scrambled.
We'll hear from Leaf at the end of this game. What else is going on in lower round 1? Again, 8 matches going on all at once with a lot of hopes and dreams hanging in the balance as Lion Blaze couldn't stop Calm from getting downfield. And then Calm with the second touch past Percy. Beast Mode right at him, right through him, and in off of Percy.
All these are things that can't happen, but you're going to get pressure from V1 and you're going to get stuck. It's a bump onto Kinsey again, and Percy did all he really could, right? Like, Kinsey gets pushed out of position. Percy plays the 50 low. It takes a bad bounce in favor of V1, and at that point, 2 have committed, and the ball is already over your heads. V1, 2-0 lead, and a dangerous one at that.
Bit of an adjustment, too, from version 1, where they tried to play a more patient attacking style, and M80 wasn't biting on it. Well, now if they're going to sit there like sardines in a can, might as well just take a shot. Beast mode does, it's 3-0.
Oh, great kickoff here as well. Big 50 win. Follow-up pressure again. Everybody off the kickoff getting involved. V1 have done that to start this game, and that's where this team's different than a lot of squads. They're always going to get a couple of touches from every member involved, and then they'll find a shot that looks good. This has been clinical from V1 off the opening 45 seconds, and they might get another, but Kinsey with a great save.
Still 2 minutes to go here in game 2. Chance for M80 to get 1 on the board, and Beast Mode and Calm combined to say no. Daniel back the other way, gives it away to Percy. Kinsey trying to get in Beast Mode's way, drop it down, and Lion Blaze was way back, and then still they split the defense and almost got another cheeky goal back the other way. So version 1 making M80 just dance all over the field. Got an opportunity here, and Beast Mode shuts it out.
That's been 2 times. Beast Mode's done a nice job of tracking that kind of ball that jets right into the post. It's a really good job of getting in front and clearing it out for V1. Another chance. It goes a little bit wide. Here comes Daniel. Can't make the play. But V1 doing a nice job on counterattacks to get back out quickly with possession. And these demos just help Daniel and Beast Mode find more space in the air to work and causing panic defensively as M80 try to struggle to get back to midfield.
I'm rather enjoying this new lease on life now with version 1 with this roster, though he's not enjoying this. A demolition from behind by Lion Blaze. Percy now with Kinsey trying to come across and swipe Calm out of the way. Did not work out. Here goes Daniel with less than a minute to go. Pinch, Beast Mode, redirect, 4-0. He's got them all.
Oh, they're all so involved all the time. This is impossible to stop. If nobody's up to touch Daniel on the ceiling, it's out. It's gone, and Beast Mode's going to put it on its way. Whether or not Calm gets a hand up doesn't matter. It's over. You're not going to slow that one down. 4-0. Unbelievable.
Wow. Lion Blaze has 4 goals in that first round. He's the leading scorer for M80. Team has not scored yet here in the losers first round, and Beast Mode has managed that in this game alone. Percy waiting. Here comes Daniel. He got around him at least, but now down to 30 seconds. The only question now is, will we have a perfect sweep setup here? 2 shutouts in a row brewing for version 1.
Oh, no.
A mostly open net back there, and Lion Blaze will sweep it out to the corner. Calm bringing it back in, and Percy just trying to get out of game 2. And M80, no timeouts here in the best of 5 rounds. So they're going to have a minute to figure it out. But boy, they've got a difficult puzzle to solve. 1-0, 4-0, down 0-2 in the series.
This is just a separation of V1 against the competition. Sometimes it's the esports strat. You play a team that's just a little bit better. And right now, V1 with their life on the line, knowing what they need to do this weekend, what the Invitational means, understand the situation, and they understand a 2-0 lead is series point for them. Leaf, it could not be more dangerous if you're M80. They're on the verge of getting perfect swept out of the tournament.
Right, and if you're getting eliminated, that's not the way you want it to happen either, right? Like, at least go out with a bit of a fight. But across the board, let me let you know what's going on here. NRG is up 1-0 on G League, although G League is up in game 2 with a 1-0 lead. We do have Team Axel and Shopify Rebellion facing off with a 1-1 in their series, and Dignitas is up 1 on Sup. I thought maybe Sup would have had a little more gusto going to game 5 against Gen G earlier in the upper bracket, but Dignitas seems to have their number, although Sup is up 4-2 in game 2. So it could be another close series.
Onward now to the ever iconic backdrop of DFH Stadium. NRG, M80, Rebellion, Sup, and Dignitas are out of Major and Worlds if they lose this round. Yes, M80 on that list. They still have a shot at both, but that hope is waning fast as Daniel scores 8 seconds in. It was a 9-second opener from Beast Mode in game 2. 8 seconds in, Daniel one-ups him.
Another kickoff for V1 where Calm gets the first touch and Daniel circles back in, cuts in on the lane, and gets another shot for V1. How many times off the kickoff where everybody get involved from V1? Maybe yet again. In the front of the box, Percy's gonna have to poke it free, and Beast Mode does a nice job pinching it to set up to Calm. Daniel's certainly around somewhere. Here he goes, but this is another situation where, look, you have to stop the bleeding here if you're M80, right? Like, you're not worried about the last 2 games. Yes, you're down 0-2 in the series, but you have to focus on what's in front of you, and that's just scoring a goal. Getting on the board, hardest points to get are always the first, but you have to find a way to stop this bleeding.
We don't use heat maps anymore. I can't imagine why, but if we did, it would be just an active volcano on the orange half of the field. Version 1 is starting to get real comfortable over there. Calm's still down there. He's just camped out in the orange corner of the field, stealing boost from M80. Finally, he rotates out, and he might have a turn on this with Beast Mode still forward. I mean, they are not rotating at all. They've got one guy that's just staying on the offensive half no matter what. This time it's Beast Mode. It's Calm running under this, and his shot deflected away by Percy, but it is just Version 1 should be charged rent for how often they're on the M80 half of the field.
And the only way to counter this if you're M80 is to hold on to possession. That's it. The defense of V1, the offense of V1, is not respecting M80 at all right now in this series. They are absolutely bullying them on the other side of the field. If you want to earn that respect, if you want to get some space to work, hold on to possession. You can't afford just to give the ball away for free on your own side. As Beast Mode tries to make the slow and line Blaze, will play it down to the corner on the help of Percy. Here we go. M80 starting to cook a little bit. And can they buy some time to get resources at midfield? Maybe they do. But you have 2 falling back in rotation, and Kinsey takes the challenge late. This just gives more space for Daniel. It's a little bit too lackadaisical from M80, and V1 are more than happy to punish.
This is given right to Calm, and Beast Mode was trying to dive bomb down and try to take out either Percy or Kinsey. Did not happen that time, but the intent was there. Here's Percy just lobbing one forward. Kinsey will come up with him. They got to kind of get on the same page. It looked like they both wanted to go for that ball. This ricochets back out to Lion Blaze on the wing. Percy dropped down, and once again, third man for M80. A little slow coming up, a little indecisive. Could not commit with Version 1 threatening a big clear. Here's Calm again. Dance around 2. Got it out in front, but Lion Blaze is there as Daniel was very patient. He'll serve it up to Beast Mode. Try and take it himself, and Percy ranging back for the save.
It's another big steal on boost as well. So Calm burning the resources in the back. M80 have to play with what they have now in rotation. They're losing the corner grabs. Daniel just clears it on his own. Here comes Calm. It's basically been them two so far in this game 3. Nice little touch to the adjacent wall, but nobody around for V1. There's the clear. The Lion Blaze in rotation does a nice job cutting it, but the numbers have to stay up here if you're M80.
Oh, Beast Mode went past that ball. Still a chance for Version 1 to clear, and they do. It's Calm up ahead to Beast Mode. Percy's there. Beast Mode got it around him. Can he beat 2 again? No, not this time. Lion Blaze, the initial save. Kinsey kind of kept that close in the corner, and that almost got real dangerous. It kind of is still. Daniel on target, right in the middle, and a 2-0 lead.
That's a bullseye from V1, a statement in this series. Are they going to take it 3-0? If Daniel's shooting like that and the demos continue, you probably are going to have a good bet here, because it has been all of V1 and no response from M80. Surely you don't get swept out without scoring a single goal.
They've been outscored 7-0 in this series. Daniel adding 3 of his own. He's up to 10 now in the tournament. That's indirect right in front. Beast Mode couldn't find the angle, and a fortunate break for M80. They have not had many. Percy, he thought he had to jump a lot quicker than he did, and Beast Mode just let it go. And right now, M80 are just like puppets on a string, and V1 taking their sweet time before they cut them loose.
That's just a great cut down from Calm. It just forces Percy out of position on the sidewall. That passing lane's gone. Like, so many opportunities where you're thinking M80 finally have a chance to set up a play on offense. It's Calm disrupting it and clogging the traffic that just makes it so difficult for M80 to get anything going. You got 30 seconds to go. It's been all of V1, and surely this will put it away in a 1v1. Lion Blaze, see ya! Oh, it's so good. V1 are going to sweep their way through.
Okay, then. Version 1, recognizing the severity of the situation they face, and they have brought it right at M80, who are about to self-destruct out of this tournament. They just, after game 1, it's been no contest, and now version 1 just playing with their food at this point. Percy to the backboard. Perfect sweep still on the line as that one hits the post and bounces away. And that, a perfect summary of this final series of the season for M80. Ball dropping down to the corner. Calm will try and at least keep it alive for one more, as M80 eliminated officially from the Major and Worlds, and version 1 stays alive.
Well, if you're a V1 fan and you were worried about going to the lower bracket after that, I think you're feeling quite good about your chances to make a run and still keep your hopes alive, because V1 looked absolutely filthy. They all form up on kickoffs, on counterattacks. The offense is potent. They look good. They look like just a team rolling together, a machine that you can find machine-like skins in the shop. I'm very good at plugging ads. Mobile One High Performance Replay is currently on your screen. And Leaf, this one was just an absolute doozy. It was all of V1, man. Really, there's no takeaway. I mean, M80 just got stomped.
Yeah, no, my pick looked bad to begin with. Looks even worse now. I knew I was going down with them, though. I wanted to hype on the way out. And again, of course, wave goodbye to M80. Valiant effort, a fun season. But yes, they are finito now as version 1 to carry onward. And we have a few more matches, though, going on. A few more teams that may be sent, well, will be sent home. At this point, we had that list there, stacks listed out before. We have NRG up on match point against G League, which is good because an elimination here would have meant Majors and Worlds out. M80, of course, was dropped out there. Shopify and Team Axel are now facing off, and I believe it's up. Yeah, it's 2-1 there for Shopify. And then the sub match you can see on your screen is tied up 1 apiece right now. So those two teams duking it out. And for Sup and Dignitas, that is Majors and Worlds gone with a loss here. So an incredible amount, Spaceman, on the line for these two teams.
I mean, that's the summary of this weekend. The Invitational, an incredible amount for everybody in North America. If you just want to know how the vibes were coming into today, just from a broadcast perspective, we're all feeling good. We're happy. We're excited. It's a great day to figure out who's going to Boston, who's going to Worlds. And our statistician, D-Rack, who does not get enough love in the community, give him more on Twitter, he shows up and he's stressed out. He's like, there could be a billion different situations that could happen today that would lead to tiebreakers, to potential stuff. Don't even want to think about it till it happens. But that's the situation we're in for an Invitational. When it comes down to the wire at the end of the season, there are a million different things that could happen today off of who wins and who loses. And you just know this weekend's going to be chaotic.
Team Axel taking a lead there. Reminder, they're down. It's match point for Shopify, so that's huge goal for Team Axel there. Try to bring themselves back in the series, go to a game 5. As we just said, elimination is more on Shopify there, but they can play spoiler. We have NRG with 1:25 left, about to get the dubs. You know, there's going to be some good energy on that stream, so why don't we take a listen? I like some positivity. Let's get down to the field.
Zanil looking for the pass down to Aqua. Aqua's shot is blocked. Justin gets another stop. NRG's defense has been standing tall in these really difficult plays where they're finding themselves 1-on-2, or 2-on-1 rather, even 1-on-3 in some situations.
Yeah, and that was a tough read too from Justin. I mean, most people shooting that ball would not shoot that behind you. If the ball's coming from that side of the field, you usually keep the power and push it to the same side, maybe a top right shot. Instead, Aqua slows it down, puts it to the left side of the net, and Justin still reads it despite it being such a weird shot. Like, we just super unorthodox, and Justin was ready for it. It's good to see.
Justin just having some game sense there, recognizing that Aqua would be the type of player to try to put it behind him. Zanil with the pass up. Justin actually tipping that out. It looked like the shot was going to go on target, and NRG gives up a goal with 17 seconds left. Justin was trying to clear that out to the side, but you can see how good of a drop-down pass that was.
And Justin thought he could beat Knight to that ball. His first touch might have been a little bit too far away from the wall. So, I mean, resulted in Knight is getting a drop down pass, and no one from NRG was there because they all expected Justin to get another touch.
Oh no! Oh no! Well, I've been scarred by some kickoffs recently.
Just a little bit.
Yes. Well, a chance to win it.
And here's a chance.
The drop down. Save from Aqua. Rebound. Garrett was trying to pass it to himself off the back wall, and we've got overtime. Been quite a few overtimes today. NRG, can they get another win here? Justin staying in the play. Now goes for the pass, and that pass was intercepted. However, Garrett trying to control it. Will give it up to Zanil. Justin, panic touch up. Squishy has to clear this out to the corner. It's still awkward. Squishy now out of boost. Justin helping out. Wave dashing, trying to get the read, but Zanil popped it over, and Zanil still has boost to make this play. There's a hard flick. It's a perfect top corner flick from Zanil.
And it all, I mean, it's so frustrating to watch because, I mean, what a
It was
bounce,
perfect.
too.
It was literally perfect.
Okay, that might be on me. I have a tendency to curse teams, and I said that it's positive vibes down there, and then they have losing that game. So I'll take the L on that one. But I mean, they're still up on match point over G2.
You know, it's so weird having so many other matches still very, very early on in their lifespan too. It's like the V1 M80 match was like Wicked City, just over in 3 episodes, and we move on. We've got a whole truckload of
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Nobody knows that. I mean, I do. Nobody knows that reference tag. Half the chat got consciousness yesterday. You think they're going to understand what that is?
Look at Drees. What a guy.
That's wonderful. Reminder, Sup Dignitas match. What a bump. This is, again, elimination for Majors and Worlds for both of these teams right now. So Dignitas trying to hold on to bring this to Game 5. Sup's on match point against them. And you know what? Let's take a break here. Let's head down to the field.
That this quite literally might be the most important series of Dignitas' entire career, of their life. More
it
than
could
the
be
grand
the difference.
finals.
Yeah, this is kind of wild, chat. If we lose this game, we might not play any more Rocket League for the rest of RLCS. That is actually true, though.
We don't have time to worry about what's happening on the other side of the bracket in the Spring Invitational. All right, this is the whole season. Do you understand?
It's right here, right now. Fire! Okay. We're trying. I wouldn't. Let's go. Here, I'm gonna ask one thing of you, Dignitas. I believe. Let's go, baby. All I'm gonna ask for is Game 5 right now.
All right.
If we have to have a last game, which, like, everyone's gotta have a last game at some point, just let it be on Champions Field. Come on, we cannot go out on Utopia.
Exactly. Like I want the final memories to at least be on Champions Field. That's all we're asking for, and it looks like Dignitas can provide for us at this moment in this game. Thanks to the hard work of Andy and Drees, the duo in the corner. And we're a minute and a half away from our request for Champions Field.
We can do it. Oh, come on. Finish it. Give me more. Okay, we had no presence in the midfield, so Experts now back down in our third. Getting a bump on the front man. Oh, but now he's in the cherry pick. Let's go. Make use of the situation.
And they're stealing all our boosts, but it doesn't matter. Drees, 50-50 back into Andy. We're not finding each other with the clears. We're just trying to relieve the pressure. 2 players now up for that one.
All right. This works out.
Worked out, though.
And the subs give us tons of space. Love that. They're playing for Game 5 as well, which is going to be their demise. Expert has nowhere to go. Fully covered. We got one up.
40 seconds to go. This is it.
Look at this. This is beautiful.
Wait, Punk, give me some echo. Give me some reverb.
No, bro, we're doing great. Let's not mess with the mojo.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I put on reverb, we lose, and then it's my fault.
That's a lie. Okay, we put on reverb going into Game 5 then. 20 seconds.
Okay, here they go.
Just win these 50s. Keep it safe.
Keep it secret. Keep it safe. Andy.
Oh.
Back across.
I
Okay,
have
just get it there. Yes, wonderful.
Against G2.
Oh my gosh, he's found Expert.
No, we're fine.
Okay, we're fine. We're fine. Money, you gotta listen. We're fine.
It's still up, dude. It's still up. Stop.
It's fine.
Stop.
We're fine. We're fine. Let's go, baby. Game 5 in.
Well, there it is. Dignitas holding on. Their hopes and dreams still alive. Sup and Dignitas heading into a game 5 where the losing team will be eliminated for the season. You heard Wavepunk talking about it. He said, one game now, and that's it, potentially for their, well, it is for the rest of the season.
Put him in the guard.
Put him in the guard.
Put him in the guard.
Well, hey, NRG
James
now.
Field.
Taking on G League. Of course,
Ooh,
they
what a
dropped the
shot.
game just before, but they're now still on match point. NRG, I believe they can make it through this.
Justin tried to side
Here he goes again.
You believe?
Yeah, I'm cursing him again.
That's an interesting proposition. Okay, Garrett. Transform on him. Go crazy. Wonderful plug. Oh, it didn't happen. Squishy. Nice shot. Wide. Okay. You like that, Stack?
You're such a shill, Space
I
Man.
am. I know what I'm
look at
doing.
this.
Oh, there we go.
There it is.
Oh, it's night.
Leaf has done it again.
Oops.
Leaf is a Decepticon.
NRG fans.
That's what he sounds like when he transforms.
I don't know what or who from NRG did whatever they did, but NRG fans have just not been allowed to experience any joy at all this season.
This season?
Yes, this is. At least they were top 8 at Worlds last year. Like, at least they had something to cheer about.
Bro said this season. Like they didn't get knocked out at Winter last year. It's been like 2 years, Stacks. They haven't had joy in a long time.
No wonder Daz left.
Oh my goodness. Money talks.
He ain't listening.
We are on one. I love us.
Oh, that makes someone.
You know what, Stacks? I'm just gonna like
transforming
fly
on him.
away.
Are you actually supposed to be here, or did you just like join the call?
In.
And...
Let him in the call.
I stumbled in. I just showed up with a clipboard and a ladder, and they let me through.
Hey, it works.
Yeah, it works. I'm telling you, it's like a hack to life.
I'm trying to not say anything right now.
I suppose if you pretend to be confident, you can get in anywhere.
Energizer still going. Good plug by the stream there at Energy. Energy, please continue that trend. Please go. Score so we get something.
A little excitement out of James and Sizz.
I love when James has to break down a goal that goes against him and he does it so well, but he's in pain. It's like you can just tell. He's like, that is just the greatest shot I've ever seen in the top right. Oh, and they're losing. It's terrible.
You might be about to hear another one.
Again, as I said, I'm saying nothing right now because if I start talking, they lose.
Damage has already been done, Lee.
You know what this needs more of? Shia LaBeouf. That's what it needs.
Quiet.
I'm making all the references.
Hey, you know what? Okay, unless this is a goal right here. Okay, let's get a listen
Stop
in. Let's see what's going
Go
on.
listen in.
Let's see what's going on, yeah.
That save, and now awkward touch. Justin trying to get back to it. Double commit from G League. Garrett running on fumes. Up to Squishy. Can he get the double? Did he get the flip reset? I don't think so. Aqua has a lot of boost here. Zanil helping out.
Saves his boost.
Garrett booms it over. Justin the double. Off the backboard. Squishy now going for the shot. And it's tipped up field. Garrett trying to pass it to Squishy. This could be bad. Garrett also demoed. Justin is the last back for a bit. Flip reset from Zanil, and Squishy will clear that out. That could have been much worse though, Sizz.
Oh yeah, that looked really scary. When your teammate gets demoed and you're last alive.
Wow. Aqua.
That should not have been a goal. I don't know what happened.
So Aqua gets his flip reset.
Someone's got to go early though.
Yeah, well,
Confusion from Sizz and James as to what just happened there. NRG now heading into game 5 as G League looking to reverse sweep and shut them down. They'd be playing spoiler. That is wild. G League already out of contention. And they're trying to take NRG out with them.
You know, somebody said something, I don't remember who, like yesterday we were talking about the bracket, and it was just like, oh, G League, this should be easy. Never count out any squad in an invitational like this. Don't do it.
That is true. All right, you know what I want? I want to get back down. I want to get back down on the field here. I think we got Wave and Turtle. Let's see what happens.
The only one with the Dignitas detail. That's a great question, King Javin. But you know what?
We're not going to other pros use other orb decals and explosions. It makes no sense.
I understand why. I just don't like it. I wish players like to be able to tell each other apart. They like to be able to not have their mojo thrown off. They don't want to feel forced into some placebo effect. But I still wish we all were, because they're just so good looking.
I'm gonna work at Target and be like, listen, I can't wear my outfit because it makes me
I won't
feel
be able
weird.
to stock shelves.
Yeah.
Come on, Evo, finish this. We're not there to finish it. No one's there. Andy versus Ajax. Ajax gonna win this one now. Drees.
Final minute approaching.
Getting hounded.
Oh, no, that's not a good
No! Let's go, baby! Woo! Evo off the post, keeping the hopes and dreams alive. The season continues. Drees! He tried. No Evo.
Actually ridiculous.'re still in it.
Oh, the pass!
Wait, Punk, do you believe?
Absolutely. We're looking so good right now. We have divine intervention on the defensive side right now. I believe.
I feel like we used up all our goal line saves, bro. We got to put something in.
No.
I don't think we get another one like that, to be honest with you.
We have.
We can't.
Okay.
We got to stop.
Look, it's fine. It's fine. There's not a repository.
Yes, there definitely is. I mean, come on. We're using up all our energy. I don't want to go into OT. Just give me a transition. Give me a redirect. Give me something. Not Evo getting bumped. Not a 50-50 into our corner. I don't like this. I'm a doubter right now. I'm scared.
We got space. We got a counterattack. He's up for it. Do we have any? Is anyone back? No one half rotated. Okay.
We're good. That's
Stop
gonna hit the ground. That's not hitting the ground.
We're going for the win.
No, we're not.
Overtime, game 5. If we lose this one, honestly, I think for both teams.
Wait, pay attention to the kickoff. This is okay. That's huge. Wait, no, it's not. It went right back to Expert. That's a back right. I don't like this early challenge. What a dunk from Evo.
Come on. Finish him. Put him in the dirt. Let's go. Sub-season's over. Dignitas moves on.
Woo! Look at that dunk from Evo. Started it all out. Free flip shot from Drees on target. Dignitas.
Put him in the gurn. There it is. Dignitas shutting down Sup. And they're eliminated, or were they already? I don't know. They're gone. Well, regardless now, Dignitas carry on. They move on to face FaZe Clan next. And then we have Shopify Rebellion versus Team Axel, who are still on their match. They had a bit of a disruption, which is great, because now we get to see the ending of this match. Shopify up by 2 goals. I believe we have a listen in with Vaudable and Rome. So why don't we get down to the field and see what's happening down there?
And he's going to make it there, but we're looking pretty solid so far. Just got to be stalwart in this next minute and 30 seconds, or a little less than that right now. Gimmick is the one to worry about from the way he's been able to set things up and be the playmaker for this team. Toasty, when it comes to demos, Hiroko, mainly just being that third man and supporting the team as best they can, because Toasty and Gimmick have been the most longest standing players on this roster this season.
Oh, precisely. But listen, Shopify Rebellion, they're one of those teams that are the most longest standing roster that hasn't really had roster changes in a long time. And they've been able to work through all those trials and tribulations to this point. They do not want it to end here. Currently a 2-goal advantage. Gimmick making to look something happen, trying to give some life to this Axel roster, but it's going to be 2-piece yet again. Able to get a nice touch on it to keep this Axel roster at bay. The attack not going to be coming in. Parth once again to be able to do with it. Not much. Gimmick's going to be there. The demo comes out. It's going to be on this Axel half. Gets sent back yet again. Another clear, but it's all good as long as the Rebellion just play solid defense. They're going to be smooth sailing and good to go.
That was a great defensive play that we just saw there as well from, I think it was Memory to keep that at the midfield line. Hiroko over to Toasty, hops it up for a second, 2-piece, trying not to overcommit too much with Park waiting in the wing, and so is Memory off the backboard. Every angle covered by Shopify Rebellion, and every chance for Team Axel to come back is now gone by the wayside. Less than 10 seconds ago, no opportunity for Team Axel to come back by 2 goals. This is Shopify Rebellion's moment, and Team Axel, this is the curtain call for them on the season.
We'll see you later. You had a good run, but guess what? It's the Rebellion's time to shine, as we're going to be taking the series.
And Shopify shutting down Team Axel, again, who were trying to play spoiler there. They keep themselves in the bracket. Moving on to face off against Koi, a team that we saw maybe looking a little hot today. That next match might not be the easiest for Shopify as we continue sending teams home and trying to find our finishers and our teams for majors and worlds. Now NRG with 1:20 left. 3 goals up. I'm gonna stop talking.
And time is on the side of NRG right now. Squishy with a tip. Oh, Knight gets away from him. Knight actually will get pool shot into that ball, almost scoring on his own net from that pool shot.
Knight wanted to switch teams.
And for a moment, it looked like he was on our team. Now Squishy on the air dribble
Oh,
pitch.
goes through the roof pitch. That could have been a highlight.
Yeah, if he hits that, that is certainly going to be one. Squishy can't make contact on it, but NRG are looking comfortable despite G League's best efforts. NRG got the early lead, have held on to it, and have looked like the better team, and will get one more for the road here.
Yes, sir. And it's a good dub from NRG. It was a little worrying going to Game 5. But, you know, NRG shuts it out, no problem in this last game. They looked pretty good all around. G League wasn't able to keep up with NRG's pace. Too many passing plays, too much quick plays. NRG were very proactive in this last game. I mean, for the last couple games, it seemed like they just really wanted it to end, and they weren't really like focusing up to lock in. And then this last game, they realized like, okay, we could lose here, and then they locked in.
Well, they certainly did. I mean, the performance this game, not letting G League into it whatsoever.
And you know, Squishy's bumping Garrett to get the ball.
Everybody wants one play. And G League, despite their best effort, they fall.
NRG, managed to hold on. I was holding my breath so much I lost my voice.
It's okay.
It happens
They win.
sometimes. But G League tried the attempted comeback and spoil, but NRG will hold on, and they'll face off against Gen G in the next match. I did get word in from Direct here that Space Station is going to the major. They've clinched it just based off the teams that have made it down to the lower brackets.
Nice.
Congratulations for them. That also means, by the way, that Hoxer is breaking his streak, and he has set a record for the most time between the lands qualified of 1,301 days. Last time it was Season 8 World.
Wow.
So,
Wow.
Yeah. Right. That's quite some time. He's got to be extremely happy about this position.
Bad news for Furia.
Right. But we have some more matches on the other side of the break. One more, in fact. Lower bracket round 2 is on its way, where we eliminate 4 more teams and send 4 more onward in the bracket. Stay tuned.
Leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. I'm a product, I'm a mentality. Can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. What? Are you kidding me? This is really happening. It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
See this one flipped out. First killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it. The pass down. It's unbelievable.
Game 5. Double match point on the line. Furia and Moist 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. One another rises under pressure. That was a forced mistake. Matrix is around the demo, gets the ball. He's now taking steps inside the field on the reset. Can he outplay everybody? That was otherworldly.
The goal for the last Invitational for us is to make the major. I think we had a similar spot last split where it got a little close, but we won the last 2 regionals, so I think we're confident in the bounce back for the 3rd one.
Oh, first killer cleans it up. What a brilliant initial touch.
I think the competition is definitely a lot tougher than last split for these 5 spots. The first 2 regionals were a big brawl, so looking forward to the 3rd one. The 5 teams that I think will make Boston are us, Complexity, Version 1, SSG, and Gen G.
Oh, baby.
First killer missed is a deadly duo, and FaZe are fully capitalizing.
I don't think we're feeling any pressure for the last regional just because we've experienced the same level of competition before and we know what to expect, so I think we're feeling confident. I think high pressure situations benefit us a lot just against the other teams. I think we're just a lot more established and stoic under pressure, I'd say.
They need this one to go, and it does! What a play between first killer and Sip!
I think for our last regional, we're all feeling pretty confident. I think after getting 2nd place, that kind of reassured us of our, I guess, potential. I think after the first regional, we got a pretty rough placement, but bouncing back in the 2nd one just makes us more confident for the 3rd one.
FaZe Clan puts the shot on target, puts the goal in the net, and keeps this one away from Space Station Gaming.
Welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series. We carry on with day one in the lower bracket of the North American Invitational, the last regional that we have in this entire season before we hit Boston, and then, of course, Dusseldorf Worlds. I'm Leaf, and we have Stacks and Spaceman here. We're going to wrap up our last round of matches. This is getting intense. I want to throw the bracket up here, quick, Spaceman, and point out to you guys that this bracket, this lower bracket round one right now, is the exact same teams besides version 1, which replaced G2 from last regional, which is surprising considering the teams that are down here.
Yeah, this feels more like an upper bracket than maybe what you'd find in a lower bracket, but that is the chaos of the Invitational. Granted, we are at the end of the season, so you're starting to see separation in the consistencies that existed for a lot of young teams still finding their footing, and for older squads who maybe are pulling their foot off the gas a little bit, looking at Gen G, of course, and Complexity, who have had woes as the season's continued, but a lot of firepower down here, and of course it means that if a couple of these top dogs start losing their series, you have one life left to give. If you drop it, there's a chance you don't make the major. We'll get into that as the day goes on more here, but this is a very dangerous spot to be in for literally every single team here.
Right. Well, let's get into that. Let's get to the nitty gritty and the specific stacks. I see the number crunching going down in Discord here with Direct and everybody else. What's going on?
Well, as mentioned before, Space Station, they've punched their ticket to Boston. The extra points you get there for being in the top 6, good for them. Boy, everybody else though, it is a hot mess. You see NRG, Furia, FaZe. Furia getting to 33 by being in the top 6 means, well, a lot. FaZe and Gen G, if either of them lose, they will be out of the major. If NRG loses, of course, they're out. Anybody on the right side, if they lose at this point, they're cooked for both major and worlds. At least Gen G and FaZe have worlds to look forward to, potentially. It is not looking pretty at all for any number of teams here. And including the match we've got coming up, Leaf, you've got 2 teams that have won regionals this split, and one of them might not make the major.
That's just absolutely wild. Let's start talking about it then, because our match coming up here on the mainstream, reminder, we do have team streams going on, but right here on the mainstream, Complexity facing off against version 1. Again, version 1, the newcomer to this section of the lower bracket, as per the last regional. Complexity familiar with being down here, but of course they don't want to be down here, Spaceman. This is a matchup both teams want to get out of the way so they can move on and get a couple more points here, move on to that lower bracket round 3.
Yeah, look, this for V1, this is a tough matchup for both teams. This is a matchup you'd expect in the winner's semis, maybe a winner's finals. Complexity on the rise, V1 on the same. But if you're V1, just kind of maybe the storylines for this team, the hype behind this squad, it almost feels like this is a series that obviously they have to win to keep their hopes alive, but if they don't, this season, this split will be called into question, because this is what this team was built for. This is why you have Daniel in the squad. To win a series like this in this moment, there is so much on the line for this best of 5.
What are you thinking, chat? What do you got? Hashtags in the chat. You know what to do. You're always doing it all the time. Keep them going. We'll tally them up. Hashtag COL, hashtag V1. Vote for the team that's moving on. I expect this to be relatively close here. In honesty, I don't know which way I'm going on the desk. Have you guys figured it out? You know which way you think this is going to go? Like it stacks?
Hold on.
Nice.
That's what I was about to do.
Yes, I'm going with Complexity. And actually, that's kind of what I was leading anyways. Their defense has been slightly better, though they did get worked by Optic earlier. I feel like they've got... I feel like they're playing slightly better. Again, I don't think they have an answer for Daniel, so that's where I'm a little bit worried. But if they don't let Daniel beat them, then I think they've got a shot.
All right, Spaceman, which side does your coin land on?
I got to tell you, as good as V1 look, and I think they look really great right now, I have a feeling the Complexity are not going to give them the same space, and I think this is going to be a Complexity tried and true, tested in these lower brackets. I think Complexity are going to win this one in 5.
Oh, this is tough. We saw version 1 hunting, but they were given a lot of space against M80, which gave them that room to roam around on the other side of the field. Don't know if they're going to get that same kind of freedom in this. I'll edge out Complexity by like 1% in this. It really could go either way, but I'll put Complexity on the board as well. Chat, what are you thinking? What do you got? What do you got on the board here? 30. Nope, they disagree with us. Honestly, it makes sense.
I'm not surprised.
Yeah. It makes a lot of sense. Version 1, Complexity, now facing an elimination from this bracket down in the lower round number 2. The winner will face off against NRG Gen G's winner. But we got to get through this first. Let's see how it goes.
Beast Mode dropping 5 goals in the last round. That kind of got him going in this tournament. Finally getting some help for Daniel in losers round 1. Can he keep it going? Can version 1 keep their hopes alive? Or will Complexity head back to another major in this revival of a season after a disappointing end to the 22 season?
You can say a lot of things about V1. Also, look at teams like Space Station, who kind of similar fashion, a revival, a new man brought onto the roster. And as these teams start to hit into high gear as spring comes around for the major, but also Worlds coming up, now is the time to catch a hot streak if you're a squad, knowing that Vitality and all the other likes exist on the other side of the field. But as we sit here, Complexity in V1 is going to be a tough one. Off the kickoff, it was already a quick shot from V1. Complexity did a nice job of recognizing the infield pass. You're already starting to see them cut up the lanes and force V1 to take these high challenges to burn boost.
Here goes AJG right at Beast Mode, who deals with that quite handily, but Daniel taken out behind the play. CRR will leave it for Razebull. Beast Mode caught him behind the attack, and a fortunate break for version 1 that Complexity was not able to get quickly onto that ball as CRR rolls it right at Daniel. He'll clear it down. Beast Mode again, way downfield, but Complexity have dealt with it so far. Razebull strafing across, and he won't opt for the pinch. He'll carry this, take the shot, just a little bit high. Beast Mode's got it.
I mean, that timing from V1 is insane. They gave Daniel a call to move that ball up into the goal line, and Com follows up completely in tandem to find a demo. They're working together in these small moments to pull Complexity off of their own goal line and to force them to get out of position when you have a follow-up from Beast Mode on the counterattack.
Well, Beast Mode continues to keep it rolling, just pick the defense apart, take what they give him. He's got the follow-up there, and version 1 strikes first. I think a lot of positives you take from that M80 series, and sure, you look at it and go, yeah, but it's M80 because they hadn't performed nearly as well as they did in the winter. They kind of look like a shell of their former selves, but there is still some work to be done defensively, and V1 did exactly that. Daniel off the crossbar, follow-up from Beast Mode, as again, version 1 has a defense petrified.
It's not just about the shot, it's about the placement. You have a commit from Razebull. AJG tries all he can, but not enough on the reset to get back out and fly out for the diving save. V1 are relentless. They are one of the best teams in North America at shots per game. They're going to put a flurry of them at your net. You have to meet the challenge. You can't just save 1 or 2 attempts. It's going to be consistent. Complexity has to be ready for that in this series.
AJG needs one more touch. He's got it, but nobody there to receive. Now Razebull high off the back wall, nobody else there, and cleared away again by version 1. Good win by AJG, but again, powered out. And CRR coming in. Last second touch goes right to Beast Mode. And the problem right now for Complexity is they're not completing passes. Version 1 is, as Com comes in and takes a rare shot. This goes to the corner, and yet again, version 1 has a team pinned deep in their own territory. AJG will at least get to the center line. That caught a weird deflection, and CRR might be able to play with this, and finally denied by Daniel. Follow up here, AJG with an open net.
Oh, it sneaks through, and that's what you want from Complexity. You want this cut down from CRR. You want him to fight for extra touches, and you want AJG in the elbow. This is what Complexity do so well. They keep 2 up at a time, and they do a great job of cutting into the rotation. You were already worried about Razebull at midfield. Don't worry, he has the back line covered. If they get a Poe free along clear, Complexity will be there. And of course, it's AJG to score.
So 2 minutes here in game 1. Still plenty of game to go. And a chance for Complexity now to work out of their own zone, but they got to be very careful. That ball given away to Beast Mode, and if they do that again, they may be picking it out of their own net. Daniel against Razebull. So at least moving forward for Complexity as Com dishes back to Beast Mode, and that's so well done by version 1. not just giving away possession, working as a team and getting a goal out of it. Everybody shoots, everybody scores.
Beast Mode chip shot. Make that 3 goals today. We've seen where Beast Mode has just set up his teammates off of the opening defender getting cleared out. It is consistent physical pressure. Beast Mode converting those chip shots into open lanes. V1 with a 2-goal lead.
That is Calm's first goal since the first round in the upper bracket. Bounce back into the zone. It's Beast Mode. He's got Daniel in behind him, circling around, waiting to come up. Calm rotating back. Daniel can come in now, and he can dive towards the corner where this ball just given away. And yet again, Complexity playing with fire, almost asking to get burned here. Just over a minute remaining. Beast Mode, bring it to ground. Tried to pinch it past AJG, but it wasn't quite there. But still the lead by 2, though. That was a little unfortunate. Beast Mode gave it away and almost got punished.
AJG met that challenge immediately and hit the pre-jump to save the pinch from going into his own net. You're going to have to make those reads and those pre-jumps onto V1 to keep them out of the second touches that they find so often. CR looking for the infield, but that kind of ricochet only favors V1. It kills time off the clock with a 2-goal lead. If you're Complexity, you need to swing upfield and you need it within the next 10 or so seconds.
Just dumping this right back through the corner. One-man wrecking crew, keeping Complexity at bay. This is given back towards Daniel, at least centered, but not when Complexity was ready for it. And that little disruption makes all the difference. CRR up the ladder against Calm, and then Razebull has to come in, and all he can do is sail one high, wide, and AJG's got to score here to give him a chance. CRR in off a deflection. It's a 1-goal game.
This is just a miss from V1. Daniel tries to wrap through the corner, overextends. AJG gets the catch, and Beast Mode just didn't get the angle. I think it was a depth perception problem. Regardless, Complexity finally find the infield pass they had worked for. One mistake for V1 leads way to a 3-2 game. Do Complexity have enough?
Oh, very quickly across CRR. It was deflected by Daniel, and the clock hits 0 as the ball touches the ground. Version 1 hangs on. A spirited effort there at the end from Complexity, but not enough. A pair out of Beast Mode. Calm adds 1 that proves to ultimately be the game winner. And Version 1 on a bit of a win streak now. 4 games in a row as they fight for survival. And we look back at the Mobile One High Performance replay and see it was the Beast Mode show for V1. Looked like Complexity was gonna drag it back. They had a good kickoff there, Spaceman, but in the end, V1, again, both teams winning a regional this split. One of them almost certainly eliminated from the major with a loss here.
I mean, the stats don't lie, right? Look at the shot percentage there from V1 in that game. It's a 2-to-1 ratio compared to Complexity. That's just the volume of effort you're going to get out of V1 is consistent. You can track it on almost every single series or game they play. Best of 5s, best of 7s, any winner bracket matchup doesn't matter. V1 are going to put a flurry of shots on your net. Complexity did a pretty good job of handling the pressure, but most of the goals that V1 were able to find were dead center net. They were getting the same looks over and over again through a lot of aerials with Daniel, a lot of chip shots with Beast Mode. If you're Complexity going into this second game, you have to do a better job of holding on to possessions as you clear the ball away. You can't afford for V1 to get that midfield presence.
Well, we're off and running in game 2. We saw early goals out of Daniel in round 2, and he's done it again.
Another big kickoff from V1 as Daniel styles and floats his way like a Skywalker all the way towards the backboard. Evades the point, finds pressure, and does a nice job of closing the deal on that opening goal.
They scored so fast, poor Haruko hadn't even got in the lobby yet for game 2. Surprise! It's V1 all over Complexity again, but still the whole game in front of him. CRR will try to bring this all the way to the corner. Not a whole lot left to work with as he centers that for Razebull. Now AJG coming on, hard out of the corner. No, it's Daniel. Right there, CRR had a line to shoot through, but was disrupted on his way through. And Calm should have this away. Question is, does he have another touch? He sure does. Beast Mode's there, and
we're gonna get a pause.
This will go in, but there may be a bit of a pause here, and that might be the explanation as to why that net was wide open. CRR seems to be having some issues, so we come back to our smiling little faces. And We will let you know as soon as we know exactly what the time and score situation will be here in Game 2.
I mean, at the most, we're looking at still a 1-0 lead for V1. At the worst, we've killed 40 seconds. We restart the game. It's not a big deal. The way the V1's cooking, I don't think you're going to be too upset if this one gets restarted from full, because V1 are just on a different level right now. When it comes to how they've looked, specifically sample size being small in the lower bracket, they have looked unstoppable. They've handled M80, they have put the pressure onto complexity, and they have basically manipulated all of the space available on the other side of the field for the majority of those 5 minutes in game 1. For the start of kickoff, the kickoff wins from V1 have been absolutely stellar stacks. So far today, we've seen them twice. Their kickoffs are unbeatable. Like, it's just everybody gets involved, everybody gets a touch, and if Daniel's not taking it from the ceiling, beast mode's in your face, Calm is working upfield. This is what you want to see as this season comes to a close.
Certainly no question about the first goal coming very early on there from Daniel. That will certainly stand. The question now is the second goal that version 1 had just scored before the pause there. It was actually scored after the pause was called for. So again, almost certainly they'll be rolling that one back. So at least a 1-0 lead as we welcome Leaf back into the fray here, and a whole lot of matches going on all over the place that are not having technical issues.
4-1. No, they're actually all paused right now. Can you imagine? That would be terrible.
Right.
We do have a Gen G NRG match going on right now. I believe Gen G just won a second game, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, which would put them at match point over NRG right now. So NRG facing elimination. Of course, Koi and Shopify are facing off. And I said Koi might look a little strong coming to that, but it was Shopify that won game 1 against Koi. And then we have FaZe Dignitas, of course, I think to most people's expectations. FaZe is winning that 1-0, although they are down a goal in game 2.
Leaf, if NRG end up losing here, I believe they're out of Worlds contention as well. If that is the case, this would be, the first time that Garrett G in his playing career has not made a Worlds event?
That is correct, unless I'm also mistaken, but I'm fairly certain.
Wow.
Considering I've been a lot of those events, I've seen Garrett G at all of them. So this would be devastating, for that team. A record ended. It's actually unfathomable now that we put it into words. I thought about it before, but I kind of quickly brushed it away because I didn't want it to be true. You know, I don't like.
I'll go to the dark place. It's fine. Okay. I'll bring up the thoughts.
I don't like legacies ending. You know, I still remember. I straight up I cried when they won in season 8. Like, it just the desk was popping off. So it's crazy to see that this is a possibility that might not happen. Match point, and the fact now, I'm watching it. Gen G is up 1-0 with 3 seconds into that game 3. Maybe they're not on match point. I think there was a graphical error.
You mean
okay. It is game 2. We're still okay. It's not as dire as it seems. Yeah. They forgot to clear their thing before. So I'm just gonna stop talking on that one. I'm just not gonna say anymore. You know how that goes. But
the more Leaf talks, the worse it gets for NRG.
That's right. But it is looking bad for Koi right now. Shopify is on match point against Koi. I thought that would be a close series.
You know what help them?
What?
Transformer bundle available in the shop right now. Go check it out and make sure you use those creator codes if you want to find.
This is like budget Corelli, except worse. Much worse.
Buy your Transformer skins currently available in the shop. Find those Decepticons. Be a nice little Autobot. You saucy little Autobot.
Yeah, I gotta be honest. I switched to using to Bumblebee, and I look like a floundering fish out there because it's a different hitbox I'm used to. But all my touches are magic. I just started winning. So if you guys want to start winning, I'm kind of on the Dominus hitbox hype train now.
What is this testimonial? Am I supposed to then go, I switched to the Bumblebee and I had the flu. I no longer have the flu. It's amazing.
Yes, because it does do that. No, I don't know if it does it, but it does let you get wins.
The Scarab, and I am the only one.
He's one of those who think they're like kind of edgy. He's like, oh, look at me, I'm on the Scarab, but really it's just kind of weird.
I'm allergic to other designs. Do you want me to go to the hospital?
Well, no.
Do you want me to go to the hospital? Is that what you want?
No. Okay.
Does that mean you leave
if
here?
I use an Octane, I start to fall on the floor. I mean, do you want this to happen to me?
Don't ask Stacks that. He might have a different answer, but I would like to not.
I would not wish harm on anybody. Other than Spaceman.
Wait for there it is.
Disclaimer, except for Spaceman.
Yeah.
That's wonderful. Give you an update of what's going on in some of these other matches while we wait for this technical difficulty to sort itself out here. Dignitas going into game 2 against FaZe is up 2-1 with 2 minutes left. So there's a possibility that they even that one out with a 1-1 series, but we We know
If FaZe lose as well, they're out of the major.
Yeah, but FaZe does sometimes show up late in games, so there's a chance. Oh, it's 3-1 now. Diggs showing up to that match. That's looking good. Gen G, by the way, up 3-0 on NRG. So that would put them at much point if they can hold that together. So.
You know what, Leaf? I think because a lot of people were probably tuning in for the first time wondering, the V1 complexity matchup, they're wondering how it's going to go as we sit in the pause. We should also give them a brief rundown of kind of how the points have looked and maybe how the season's gone as a whole. Maybe we should talk a little bit about the points because that's what kind of matters today.
No. Okay. I get to bring it to the points. We're
Well
going to the
said,
points.
Leaf.
Let's take a look at the points.
Transform it.
That's our Transformers, our transition noise.
They should get me to the Transformers.
Dear Lord.
Oh my God! All right, we're taking a look at the spring points here. Stacks, do you want to reiterate what's kind of going on here? Because it's basically just you lose and you're kind of done.
Yeah, no, if you lose, it's probably curtains at this point. Space Station has clinched a spot at the major in Boston with their guaranteed top 6 finish. Furia getting into the top 6 has certainly not clinched anything for them, but has made it so that if either FaZe or Gen G lose in this round, of course, they cannot catch up to that 33-point threshold, so either of them would be out. And then anybody on the right side there, you lose, and it is all over. Thanks for playing. We have no parting gifts for you.
And of course, as you said, one of those teams, Shopify Rebellion.
Yep.
The other one, Koi. a lot on the line for these two teams. Shopify
clock's about to strike midnight here for Cinderella.
Yeah. Koi is, it's not looking good for them. Shopify up 2-0 in the series. They're up 2 goals now in game 3. 3 goals in game 3. I have a curse against NRG, but I helped Shopify apparently.
I mean, these are 2 teams that have really turned it around late in this season. We could say that about a lot of squads. Of course, V1, but they get a caveat. They made a roster change that was pretty big. You look at SSG, similar fashion, but not as huge as the Daniel move, but still, like, they've turned their gameplay around. Genji starting to falter a little bit. Complexity still kind of picking it up. Furia looking much better as of late. Koi and Shopify in very similar situations where Koi kind of broke open after the GWB tournament, and all of a sudden we were asking, is Koi now like the dark horse? It seems that they've stayed consistently a threat, but never enough to be like a real problem. And they really obviously want to send this series the distance. But I think, at least for these players, you can hold your head high knowing that you ended the season, if it is the end of the season for them, on a high note.
Stacks, you think Koi's going to come back?
No.
Okay.
Unfortunately, no. I think, they've dug themselves far too deep a hole at this point. Rebellion... on paper, I thought Rebellion was the better team. This was the best matchup that Koi could have asked for, but I think they've just kind of run out of gas here.
We're not going to show you the NRG Gen G Mobile 1 game right now, because you're not going to like what you're seeing if you're an NRG fan. It's 5-0 with a minute left for Gen G. That'll put on that match point.
Is that game 3 or is that still 2?
That's game 2. As long as their overlays right this time. That's game 2.
I mean, poor NRG. They've played so many overtimes today, too. What is it? 7 out of the 10 games they've played have gone to OT, according to Direct. And, well, this one, clearly not. But there's one. There's one. Jeez. Get one back for Koi.
Is that
you said no?
Is that Hopium?
I did say no, but trust me, Koi fans are stuck to the gills with Hopium.
That's true. I should know.
It's got your number, Koi fans.
Stacks is feeling. I'm like, if Stacks is getting excited about it,
I would love for. I would love for this team to pull it off. I would love for Sosa, Gyro, and Cheese to pull off what I would think is the unthinkable. But again, 3-goal leads, you don't see them blown very often. Got a chance here, though.
Unless your name's Optic.
I was not going to say it, Mr. Greenwall.
You don't have to. I'll say it.
Why do you pick the teams that just,
they pick me.
Create the most pain for their fans?
Listen, because they did. I just enjoy it. It's fun. We're having a goofy little quirky time, silly fun time. I'm just a big fan of what this Koi's roster brought to the table. I'm not a fan of that, though. Please play defense, okay? We're not doing it. We're not playing defense. This one's...
I think that's what's done. So,
no.
Yeah, I don't know. If after this, we might take a look. If we don't have it ready, our V1 match ready by the time this is done. The Dignitas and FaZe Clan game, actually, right now is pretty interesting. FaZe Clan started that series at a 1-0. They won the first game, but Dignitas 1-1 back. And just until this moment, we're up 1 goal. It's tied. So that's a pretty tight series going on over with the Dignitas FaZe Clan series.
Yeah, to give everybody an update on the V1 Complexity series, we saw the pause asked for by RaiseBull as the ball was actually before the ball was getting cleared downfield, and we've just got confirmation from our admins here that they've reviewed the gameplay. They wanted to make sure they got it right, and with the pause being asked for and CRR having disconnected even before that, that second goal will not stand. The first one will, so we'll have a 1-0 version 1 lead with, I think they're going to roll it back to 4:27, right where the kind of soft disconnect was there for CRR.
Gotcha.
And that's the right decision. That is the way it should go. So
I was actually surprised that it took as long as it did. I wonder if version 1 had maybe contended that, like, hey, you guys maybe should look at this because we think they wouldn't have got back. But it looks like that has been sorted out. And credit to the admins, of course, they went through the process. They got it right.
And give an update to the Gen G NRG match. Currently 0-0. Of course, match point for Gen G into their game 3. So if you're an NRG fan, you better be having that stream up as well and giving them support that they're going to need. Because again, this would spell the first time Garrett G does not make it to a Worlds LAN, which would be absolutely wild to happen down in a lower bracket of the final regional here. So give them your support. Get over there in the chat.
Well, Leaf.
What?
We're almost ready to get back into it.
Oh, that's
cool. We had predictions about Complexity in V1. Leaf, are you still feeling confident about our predictions of Complexity? Because it looks like V1 are just on a tear right now through the lower bracket.
I picked M80 before. Why are you asking me anything?
You're the host.
Right, which means I don't have to be right.
I'm transforming back into a commentator for the game. Get out of my lobby. All right, Stacks. Let's talk about it. V1, off the kickoff, scored with Daniel. We had a quick pause. Now we're back. Quick being very liberal there. And here we go. Into it. Do V1 have enough to put the series up 2-0?
Having to sit here and listen to you, that pause felt like it lasted a day.
I'm so glad you're here with me.
Again, that makes one of us. AJG off the backboard. And, Calm just let that go. Beast mode was thrown off by it as well. RaiseBull finally takes a shot, and that somehow goes in. What?
All right. There you go, Complexity fans. Stop yapping. Pay attention. RaiseBull cuts in on the elbow. Perfect shot. I don't know really much more you could want other than maybe V1 getting a hand on the ball. But other than that, Complexity tie up the game.
That was bizarre. Okay, AJG tracking this. Daniel will dish it away. RaiseBull could have that waterfall down. He's got the read, and too quick from Complexity.
Oh, that's a bad touch from Daniel. Instead of playing it to the sidewall, he tries to pop it up for Calm. I think it's just a miscommunication, and RaiseBull recognizes the mistake, immediately pounces and puts it away. Nice job by Complexity to jump off of this restart and get back in the game.
So version 1 go from having a second goal disallowed and what would have been a 2-0 lead to giving up 2 quick goals off the restart. Now Daniel's circling back around at midfield. Beast mode still way downfield. CRR to RaiseBull, who scored 2 quickies here for Complexity. And now AJG up ahead. CRR couldn't quite run onto one. And Daniel will have plenty of time and space, which is usually deadly, but not this time. As Complexity bring it right back in. It's been renewed energy here from CRR and from Complexity after that lengthy pause. And now RaiseBull to the sky. He's got that read as well, and version 1 just can't get onto the other half of the field. CRR flip reset, and he'll score this one too.
Wow. It's just clinical. It's a textbook finish and a recovery from CRR. The reset, 2, double tap. There's a height requirement to put a hand up, and right now V1 are not meeting at 3-1 from Complexity.
Well, both teams got to kind of scrim around a little bit during that pause, and while it was version 1 filling up the net in that little test lobby. It has been all Complexity since. CRR needs a second touch, intercepted by Beast Mode. Version 1 got to get it going here. Calm shot right at AJG. And now Daniel quickly to the wall, can't get back on the ball. And it's AJG losing control of his own car. Chance now in front. Daniel off the post and crossbar and could not tuck it home.
Well, if you're V1, you want to keep numbers up here. You don't want to give Complexity the space to get back on a counterattack. That's what Daniel recognizes, buying time as Beast Mode comes back off spawn. Calm now pushed up, pops it to his teammate. The give and go to Beast Mode. Leaves off on the reset and gives it to CRR. Certainly V1 thinking maybe about more of holding on the defensive end, getting boost back and trying again, but the pressure a little bit too much right now as Complexity start their press.
Oh, Reyes Bull, good touch to roll one out to AJG, who hung in there and got the shot away before getting demolished. Now here's Daniel. Dancing through CRR, got through Reyes Bull, only one more to beat. It drops down and Calm is there. At least had a look at the net, but AJG technically in the way. Now he's working quickly out of the zone. Complexity have turned this game around and potentially this series and their season. After the restart here, Daniel out of the zone, only as far as Reyes Bull, and again, well played back to AJG. Complexity working great in tandem.
Yeah.
That pass didn't quite find its mark.
If you're going to play the back pass, you have to play it back into the lane quickly, and it was a quick pre-jump there from Reyes Bull, so a nice job from Complexity. They recognized they had a split, like a fraction of a second to make that pass, and once they do, they push upfield. So they're working off of that tandem at midfield. They're working off of the grooves they've set, and they're starting to really vibe right now. But it's up to Daniel to slow it down, to force the pace of play back onto Complexity's head. So far, it's been all of the pressure from CRR and Reyes Bull upfield. AJG's been very comfortable. Reyes Bull's been playing through the corners, getting physical, and AJG comes up for these elbow shots that are so clean from Complexity, and it's 4-1.
Well, AJG joins the double digits club. That's his 10th here on the day. And that one just about puts this one out of reach. Complexity, 3-goal lead with only 45 to go. After struggling a bit, it's been all COL. AJG out of the corner again. He can just do no wrong here in this game.
Goodness.
Forbidden Temple, his home away from home. Reyes Bull taking his time. Maybe trying to get a little too cute there, but you can afford to do that with a 3-goal lead with so little time left. CRR goes right through Calm, absolutely rinsed him, and the lead is 4.
It's graceful, it's elegant, it's Baryshnikov from CRR. That's disgusting. The cherry on top of a masterful game 2 from Complexity.
Well, it had been all version 1 up to about the 32nd mark of this game. And then Complexity took over. Final countdown now at Forbidden Temple. DF8s await, with both teams tied at 1 game apiece and effectively a best of 3 to decide who gets to continue playing Rocket League this season. Complexity level the series.
Did V1 get the memo that the start continued, that we're back in this game? Because they were completely destroyed from Complexity. That is 5 unanswered goals non-stop. Reyes Bull with 2, AJG with 2, CRR with 2. I mean, that's got to be a mathematical bug. It's insane what just happened from Complexity. Absolutely unreal.
Wow. So what a statement from Complexity as they bounce back. Leaf, a lot of chaos there and all around. What do you got for us?
So I got FaZe Clan Dignitas. I'll give it to you first. Is up match point for FaZe Clan right now. It's tied 0-0 in 2 minutes into the 4th game here. So Dignitas will have to look to win this one to bring it to game 5. And Genji NRG, I hate to be the one to announce it, but for the first time ever, Garrett G will not be attending a Rocket League Championship Series Worlds.
Wow.
Let that sink in for a moment as we look at that trophy at DF8 Stadium, and we're back underway here between version 1 and Complexity. So much on the line here for both these squads. Not mathematically eliminated necessarily with a loss, but about as close to in the grave as one can be at this point. Was the winner to live to fight another day as CRR denied by Daniel. Beast Mode charging through the boost in the corner. And AJG will give way to Razebull, who comes up. That's neutral. Back out towards CRR. Second touch needed. Got it central for Razebull. Nothing there, though. Daniel with him the whole way. That demo behind the play, will it be crucial? No, it's Beast Mode with a second touch to stabilize.
The recognition from Complexity throughout that stretch on offense, somebody needs to get there to put a hand up. They do. But they recognize that V1 are slow to the raid, so they're playing behind the ball. They don't have enough boost to get up and contest. Keep popping it high. Force V1 to burn boost to stay behind. And if you hold to possession, Complexity should be able to score. And they're doing a very nice job at that. But now they have to worry about the flurry of opportunities that might come their way as V1 put more numbers towards the net.
Beast Mode. Up to the sky, drop down towards Calm, no, but that means Daniel's there. Couldn't get it cleanly, so Calm will play. And it goes wide to the corner where AJG is all over this. Going right after Beast Mode, still forcing him back. And now Calm will take charge out of the corner. That's well communicated by version 1, where it could have been a little hairy there. No hero ball to speak of. Now Daniel missed the read on that one. And downfield, there's CRR. Back and forth these two squads go. Spaceman is neither wants to be the one that blinks here, and one mistake could be catastrophic for either side. Daniel double tap denied by AJG.
CRR or AJG are the first ones back on defense waiting. CRR takes long rotations and is usually waiting for a pass to go awry or an infield cut that doesn't work out before he moves out of his lane. AJG does the same. He's going to leave it for CRR and Razebull upfield to make these reads. AJG's back in the goal line. That gives freedom and space for Razebull to do what he does best, control the stealing game and work off the backboard. And now it's this rotation. It's like a lazy Susan offense you see out of Complexity that's putting pressure on V1 to have to get those corner grabs to force the resources low. Complexity doing a very nice job of avoiding some demos upfield, but putting more pressure on those backline defenders as AJG does just that, and they put another one on the board.
You gave me grief earlier. You think anybody knows what a lazy Susan is? You kidding me? Here's AJG. You got to have that. It's a tough read, but version 1 has been so great defensively. That miscue could be oh so costly because goals have been at a premium since the opening game. Daniel out towards Calm and Beast Mode. They both went. That means Beast Mode can be downfield. He got the demolition. Now Calm, second touch. Oh, Calm ties the game.
Stop the bleeding, get upfield, do something about it. AJG gives it to Calm, and Calm handles the rest. Are you kidding? Off the left wheel, upside down, corkscrewing his way into a tie game.
Daniel taught him everything he knows. 2 for Calm now in the series, doubles his total for the tournament. And now it's Razebull. Try to stay with this for another touch. He's got it to CRR and Daniel there to save the day. And we remain tied at a goal apiece, at a game apiece in this ever crucial series. And everybody in North America, and really probably around the world, probably have eyes on this one, wondering who will get to the major, who will have a shot at Worlds. Razebull in behind the defense. Daniel got caught.
Run it again. That's it. It's a slight mistake, and Complexity will punish. There's really nothing to break down here. The Razebull 50 and the Daniel misread. After all the work that V1 did, they stopped the bleeding. They give up 6 unanswered goals. They finally respond, and they give one right back, and they give one right back. Complexity, 2 in a row.
Well, there's nothing to break down here because the defense is broken down well enough. Just a jailbreak on the kickoff. AJG adds another. He's been a force to be reckoned with. 4 goals, 3 assists, and a run now from Complexity. After a great start out of V1 again, it's been squandered. Razebull right down the middle as Daniel can only pop it upfield. It's Beast Mode there, Calm with 1 demo. Looking for another, he's got it. The net is open, Daniel fires and scores.
The enforcers are upfield now. They're all clicking, and this is what you need. You need demos. You need Beast Mode to play off-ball offense. You get a big bump on the AJG, you get another one back on the Razebull, and you get V1 starting to circle and spread right off of spawn. Razebull gets meat with an absolute slap to the back of the Fennec. and it's all over on the goal line. V1 starting to click. Can they add another?
A lot of teams have decided to go for the entertainment factor here in North America today. A lot of shootouts. We've seen games go up to 4-3. We've seen 8-2 score lines. I mean, we've seen just about everything so far today. And now another shootout developing here. AJG has to dance around beast mode. Raise Bull flopping around like a fish as well. And CRR calm and collected at the back. You get the midfield boost, but that is still popped away by Calm. Beast mode comes all the way across the field. And AJG not fazed by any of this at all. Complexity weather the storm.
Yeah, you're trying to see a change of hands here, a little bit of a misdirection from V1. You had to leave off from beast mode, a fake touch, but Complexity don't falter. They watch that go by, they play it appropriately, and now they try to get back to the midfield. The CRR goes on the hunt, and Daniel gets 2 touches that gives possession back to Complexity. If Complexity want to spread here, you're going to have to keep the offense up. You don't want to lose numbers, but yet again, another big demo. Does it lead to anything?
Oh, it might. Oh, CRR coming in with the save. Demos all over the field. It is the calm way of doing things here. He'll float one up now for beast mode. Stealing for himself, and AJG gets a savior medal for himself. Another shot, though, coming on, and CRR and AJG combine to stop this one. Another denied by Raise Bull. Everybody on deck now defensively for Complexity in the final seconds, and then they pitch it downfield into the net to put an exclamation point on game 3.
Oh, the pressure at near post just leaves open a lane dead center. You get a combined pinch, and you get a high five for friendship. That is a beautiful redirect from Complexity to put this game away. And my goodness, off of the opening start from that pause, it has been 9 goals to 2. Complexity are rolling through this best of 5.
What a turnaround now for Complexity. 1 win away from, again, mathematically maybe not eliminating version 1, but certainly digging the hole for them. As we look back at another Mobile 1 high performance replay, and it was high performance all around. Calm with that banger of a goal, and then the pinch to secure it. As we bring Leaf back in, we've had more scenarios kind of play themselves out. Some teams are out. What do you got for us?
I had one more for you here, and it was FaZe Clan versus Dignitas. And while they were eliminated from the Gen G win anyways, Dignitas did lose to FaZe Clan 3-1, which would have eliminated them anyways. They are out from Majors and from Worlds as well.
Kind of a one-hit wonder then, that Dignitas squad getting through the winter, and then the disappointing performance they had there. That was their flash in the pan. They did not capitalize, and well, now you're looking at a version 1 squad that is looking to be very much similar, with Daniel replacing the retiring Torment. And everybody thought, and especially after the Spring Cup, that clearly this was the play. It worked out, right? Maybe not so fast, my friend. Game 4, a must-win in every possible way for version 1.
As a very old producer once said, you gotta work hard to earn it, and you gotta work hard to maintain it. CRR and Complexity have certainly done that. Another brilliant kickoff goes their way, and another opportunity where CRR punishes.
The demolition off to the side as Calm was landing. B1 getting a toast of their own medicine. 21 seconds in, it's Complexity that scores first this time. Raise Bull over towards CRR, intercepted, but AJG has a line, and Calm just barely got there. It's been like that all series long now for version 1, just barely getting in the way of some of these shots. Complexity have had some very inviting lanes to shoot through.
But they haven't had a lot of time to keep the lane open and to get the ball into those opportunities. We saw it in the last game where beast mode on some of those tactical leave-offs, leaving for Calm, leaving for Daniel, opportunities where V1 want to set up their teammates for creative looks at the net. But they're not getting a lot of time to let the play develop. That's just thanks to Complexity's pressure, the pace of play, maybe some of the weak touches on the backboard, chances where V1 should have clears, but they don't. It's going to add up over time as AJG finds a powerful clear, and Daniel leaves it to beast mode. The double tap, but the clear away, the defense from Complexity denies it again.
AJG and Raise Bull, everybody on hand to disrupt that double tap effort. Now only 1 to beat, no 2 to beat as AJG just barely got back, and then Raise Bull right down Main Street. Street doubles the lead.
There it goes. Another big chance where you have V1 moving upfield. AJG just contests and Raisbull. A long shot, dead center in the back of the net. It's a poke free for Complexity. And my goodness, has this team gone on a tear. 11 goals to 2 in 3-game span. Will it stop? I don't think so. CRR from the elbow, but V1 have to breathe and get back out to midfield.
Oh my goodness. V1 are leaving the net open enough that I might be able to have a go. This is alarming for a team that is usually so good defensively. This catches a deflection and Calm can only roll it out. He's got to make another save. It's like he's farming saves. AJG would know. Here's Daniel. Second touch at least gets us into the corner. And a chance for version 1 if they can stay on the offense, but they cannot. Here comes AJG. He kind of goes squirrely through the corner. CRR just away from Calm, and Daniel needs a second touch. He's got it. And version 1 just looking to find their legs at this point. Again, these best of 5s, you don't get the benefit of that timeout. You got to figure it out yourself.
I mean, that bump in midfield, no harm, no foul. Nobody really gets cut out of position. It works out, but you give the ball back to Raisbull. And all right, it finally converts. Okay, so there's so much space for Complexity. You're questioning when the pressure's going to collapse for V1. Here it goes. Get Daniel free on the sidewall and let him work. Use that one's prowess that you have. And finally, they catch Complexity.
Complexity came into this event at the top of the standings. 36 points now. Version 1, 36 points as well. Something's got to give here. Somebody gets an additional 3 for surviving this. Version 1's back within 1. As Calm will have this to the side. Race to the side, boost won by Raisbull, so Beast Mode gonna have a tough time getting involved in the play. He'll try. Daniel was in the net for a moment. That's swatted away. Daniel will have it in midfield. And again, swatted out by CRR. Not out of the zone, though. Chance for Beast Mode, hard through the wall. And Raisbull can just doink it back out to center and force Calm to retreat a little bit.
Everybody gets a touch, but V1 are splintering their offense, and off-ball offense is big, finding bumps and little chips inside the goal line, making it more difficult for Complexity to find this clear. This is nice pressure from V1. They just have to convert it. If they can get back upfield and do the same thing, a real good shot at tying up this game.
Very ugly there on the Complexity half, but now V1 back in control. Can they get the critical strike they need? Calm, dish to Beast Mode, and that's well read by Raisbull, just barely getting a piece of it. And AJG had to take his time, though Calm was bearing down on him. Now Daniel taking this himself through the corner, and that's denied. Out as far as Calm, quickly to Beast Mode. No rest for the wicked here for Complexity as they continue to work, and Daniel tried to pull the string on Raisbull, who makes another brilliant read. He can do no wrong.
The pressure continues, but it requires a sacrifice. Who's going to fall first? Who's going to be the first victim? Daniel puts it on a silver platter, and V1 try to capitalize, but Raisbull closes in and sends it on its way. AJG to stabilize, to finish a 3-1 lead. What a recovery from Complexity.
Doctor Strange-esque from Raisbull, who just saw everything in advance. What a performance out of Raisbull in the last 45 seconds. Every single read he needed to make, including the save that triggered the counterattack, and now version 1 truly up against it. Gotta have it here from Calm, and that first touch got away from him, and who else but Raisbull to send it away to the side. Raisbull will follow this. No, he'll dish off and heel off back to midfield, but Complexity now holds all the cards. A 2-goal lead with 25 seconds.
There's a big demo. It helps for 2.
Oh,
Are
yes,
you
sir.
kidding? Calm at midfield uses the dark hold back on Complexity.
What a play. Raisbull didn't see that one coming. Finally, they caught him as Calm gets the demo that springs Beast Mode, and version 1 trying to claw themselves out of the grave here. 21 seconds remain. Kickoff going the wrong way for them, but it does find Beast Mode. He has his flip, but he'll just come down to ground. Calm coming in. Daniel waiting patiently at midfield. He's going to be called into action right here with the demo. Somebody's got to jump. It's on the goal line and in. Calm ties it.
All it took was a couple of bumps, and all it takes is patience and poise on the goal line from Beast Mode. Daniel, Calm, high fives. 6 seconds to go, and we got a tie game.
Version 1 fans watched their team's life flash before their very eyes. Now maybe they can steal this one in regulation. Overtime looming now. Daniel for Calm for the win. Denied. Follow-up Beast Mode swatted away by CRR. And somehow, some way, we go to overtime.
Series, tournament, major potential, worlds all on the line. You win this, you keep your hopes alive. Race Bull calls game! Are you kidding?
El Toro comes through. Raise Bull. Who else? MVP. Just like that, Complexity. Knockout version 1. And now V1, all they can do the rest of the weekend is watch the scoreboard.
That is one of the greatest recovery performances from a professional team I have seen in a best of 5 with this much stakes on the line. Complexity, unbelievable poise, confidence, resolve, everything you need out of a professional team, everything you need out of a championship caliber team, you get it off the pause. That is absolutely absurd what Complexity just pulled off against a storming and confident V1. I don't think there are enough words at the moment to describe how well Razebull, AJG, and CRR just brought themselves forward. As your Mobile 1 high-performance replay shows, that Game 2 masterclass, the Game 3 abomination of the offense, and then moving forward, just the back and forth. I don't have any other words. I mean, Leaf, goodness, man.
I hope you have a couple more words. We got to say a few more things.
Oh.
But yeah, no.
Have to, right?
Well, that's true. That is true. You could just go silent and make Stacks cast the rest of the time.
He would love that. I don't know if I want to give him that pleasure.
That's wonderful. But yeah, there it is. Complexity in all our matches. That was our last match going on. That is all completed up now. So let's take a glance at what's happened today. Let's kind of revisit it all and live in some of those memories. I mean, I guess the first thing to do is take a glance at the bracket, of course, and see where we started and where we ended up finishing off. That first round there, Stacks, you know, relatively normal. We had some close games. We only had a couple 3-0s in that first round. And then we also had Koi moving on through the top there, taking version 1 down, and that's why they ended up down in that position in the first place.
Yeah, Koi, the lone upset of round 1, and how fateful it proved to be, right? And look, they gave it a ride, right? They took G2 to game 5, as you can see up there. They put up a fight at times against Rebellion, but again, they dug themselves too deep a hole throughout the beginning of the season. And then everybody else, all the big names that you're used to seeing across the top, like your FaZe Clan, your Gen G, they all end up downstairs. And boy, oh boy, was it a bloodbath here on just day 1 of the Invitational.
And then, yeah, of course, looking down at that lower bracket, this is where we saw some dreams end. One of the craziest things, Spaceman, again, I really want to point out, because to me, this is the story, having watched RLCS for forever, literally forever, ever since it's existed, the fact that NRG is not going to be at Worlds, and that means Garrett G, having the longest record of most Worlds attended, is not going to be there for the first time ever. He is out.
Look, I mean, it's a good sentiment of things aren't beautiful because they last, and you have to look at the track record he's put forward in terms of consecutive Worlds appearances. That's what we want to take away, but I think the reality for NRG trying to turn things around and to make this roster work, I think it's now setting in that this is the results of the failed attempts, the trying and staying true to the brand. At this point, we won't be seeing Garrett and let alone the rest of the guys at Worlds. And now the reality hits of, man, we won't see that consecutive streak continue. I hope this gives these players, you know, a chance to maybe breathe a little bit, get some time to stay with themselves, and then we'll see what happens with the squad. But it is a very tough day for sure for all of North America with the fact that we won't see Garrett there.
Stacks, let's take a look at these points again here. See if we can tidy up what's gone on here. If you've been keeping track, because there was a lot with all those teams eliminated. What's the situation in terms of Major?
Right, so those extra 3 points that Complexity gets, boy, that separates them big time now, because you've got teams like FaZe Clan and Gen G tied there at 35, and the bar just kind of keeps getting further away from them. Teams like Furia now, if they can get into the upper finals, maybe even the grand finals, they can save their season. The only sure thing we have right now, Space Station up at the top. They, by the way, allowing 0.71 goals per game today. The defensive masterclass we've seen from them throughout this split, they are secured for Boston. But all the matchups tomorrow, I mean, every single one, I think you're going to see somebody eliminated from something in some way or another.
Well, the space station, it's just like you come into the season, it's not the team maybe you think going into these finals it's going to be the team, but they're looking so good right now, and they've really sorted what they needed. Hawksor was the answer. It's a fantastic look from them. They've always kind of floated in that area, but not been at the top. So we'll see if they can carry that on, of course, tomorrow on day 2. So, but looking at, yes?
Sorry, so I'm sure version 1 fans are all worried about what their standing means. They're eliminated if Furia, FaZe, Gen G, 2 out of those 3 win a single series. V1 would be eliminated at that point.
Okay. So they're watching from the sidelines at this point. So
a lot of, they're watching the out-of-town scoreboard, whittling down their fingernails to the skin at this point.
Stressful day tomorrow for V1 players and fans, of course. And taking a look at the World Spaceman, where are we at this right now? Because it kind of just is a race to continue forward for these teams in terms of points.
Yeah, it absolutely is a race. And look, you can see the leaderboards across the board for North America, right? Like, this is essentially for most teams, like, just to keep it realistic, you want to be in top 8. If you're not in top 8, obviously that's the problem. So everybody on the right side currently eliminated from Worlds. But this is a situation where if you're like the phases, the complexity of the G2s, you're fighting for seeding at this point. And I think if you're a team like FaZe G2 complexity, really Optic as they try to make their come up, if you're one of those top teams, you want obviously the best seeding possible going into Worlds. So this weekend matters not just because you want to make Major, but it matters because you're trying to give yourself the best possible chance to lift that big trophy at the end of the year, and you don't want to have to do it through an absolute gauntlet. We know how difficult it is in the Worlds environment. For FaZe, a massive weekend. They cannot afford to underperform, and we hope that they can turn it around in the lower bracket. Same with Gen G.
Of course, that's for Worlds, which is going to be the second event after this one, which would be the next one is Boston. That's the one. Exclamation point tickets in the chat. You know what to do. Join us, hang out with us. I know we're going to see you there at Worlds. I want to see you there at Boston as well. So get your tickets, rl.gg/spring tickets live. Exclamation point tickets in the chat and come hang out. I mean, I've said it 300,000 times.
Yes.
And if you want me to stop saying it, get your ticket and go.
Leaf.
What?
Real quick,
Sorry,
No. I'm about to echo your sentiments. Real quick, before we round out today's show, obviously get your tickets. We want to see you at Boston. We want to see your happy faces, so come see us. But also, as the season comes to an end, it's been a wonderful one at that. We've seen a couple of players, and we saw Farah last weekend talking with Johnny Boy on stream about, mental health and all that stuff and how important it is for a lot of the players, because we're rounding out to the most stressful time of the year. Absolutely important. Make sure today as well, I would like to give a shout out to JNaps. Go send him some love over on Twitter. If you didn't see over a bit of the break when we were waiting for Regional 3, his house was caught in an accident and he lost basically everything he had. So he's going through a really tough time right now, and he's still trying to compete to make sure the G2 is the best, as good as they are, as good as they need to be for Worlds in spring. Go send JNaps and all of G2 some love. He could really use it right now, and support the players in the scene because they do so much and they get all of the banter on Twitter. Give them some love. Be nice. Be nice to people today.
And that's what we want. And that's what going to an event like this is all about too, is all of us gathering together, supporting each other in the thing we love, which is Rocket League, which is why I really want to see you guys all there, is because it's just an awesome time with friends. So make sure you get over there and hang out with us. Let's talk about tomorrow, though, because that's still a little ways away. We do have to finish off this weekend. It's not done yet. We have day 2, and then, of course, day 3, our championship Sunday. But tomorrow, this is what you're going to see. We got a lot of matches for you guys coming your way, 6 of them, to be precise, as we start to head into our best of 7s as well, partway through this bracket. It's going to be a lot of fun matches, starting off with Complexity and Gen G. We start in that lower bracket stacks.
Yeah, Complexity clinches with a win. It's that simple. Win and you're in. Optic, same deal against the Space Station team that's already clinched the major. So, maybe there's a little bit less intensity there. Of course, SSG would want to go as the 1 seed if able. But, again, scenarios all over the place. And of course, V1 fans will be watching Furia, FaZe, and Gen G. If 2 out of those 3 win, then V1 out of Boston.
That's a stressful start to their day, isn't it? All 3 in a row.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess once you get past 2, you'll kind of know if you need to keep being stressed. But yeah, that's.
Hey, the good news is they don't have to, really worry about anything. It's all out of their control. Their team can no longer let them down. It's just now the rest of North America can let them down.
Suppose that is a good philosophical question. Do you worry about the things out of your control when they still affect you? We'll let you ponder that one for a bit.
Answer, yes.
Yeah, right. Absolutely. Let's get some final words here before we head out. I believe for myself and Spaceman, the next time we'll see you guys is going to be out in Boston there. So, Spaceman, any final words as we wrap up today?
It's been a wonderful season, folks. Look, North America's coming down to the wire. It's going to be a fun one of storylines, but regardless of what happens, we've seen the highest level of Rocket League possible we have ever seen for this league and for these players. So shout out to the players for a wonderful season. Shout out to the fans for keeping up with all the action all the years. And shout out to everybody behind the production. Production has been running all of this for the majority of this year, obviously. And everybody involved with the RLCS has been awesome. We're coming down to the wire, and I cannot wait for Boston and champs. I'll see you there.
Stacks, you're here the rest of the weekend, but we'll give you some little space to talk if you want.
Well, yeah, I mean, hey, first of all, Boston. We're going to be at Aganis Arena. And, you know, as much as I joke about it being at BU and how it may be a sin for me to enter those hallowed grounds, we are going to have a fun time there. The Northeast knows how to party. If you remember the Season 7 World Championship at Prudential Center, it was electric. This will be no different. And we're going to see my good friend Otto there as well. Do you guys, have you met Otto? I haven't introduced Otto to you, have I?
Okay.
Autobots in the shop. Get yours. Let's go. How was that, Spaceman?
We're going to transform our way out of here now. Of course, we got more Rocket League on the way tomorrow. Wavepunk's going to be taking over, so make sure to join on the pre-show at 12:30 Eastern Time, 1 o'clock for kickoff. A lot more exciting Rocket League. Next time I'll see you guys is in Boston, so let's hang out. Thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
She found a way into my heart. Oh, she don't make up, no, she make art. And I need a way to treat it, cause I keep getting high off of her. Off of her. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Feeling lonely, hey. And hearing music that can make me smile. But the way I feel with her cannot be explained. But one thing still remains on my mind. I know that you'd be bad from the minute I saw you. But somehow I keep running back to you. Back to you.
What's with these seats, bro? I thought you had the hookup.
Dude, It's all us retired players get.
Can you believe we're here? Game 7, grand finals of the World Championship?
Yeah, I mean, it's cool and all, but what about me? What about, like, everybody else?
Everybody else?
Yeah, like all the players looking to make it to the next level. Like, what if there was a tournament for them?
Yeah, but who's gonna do that?
Offense for their own good, and it's leading to opportunities like this. Ahmad off the ceiling. Ahmad with the 7 from heaven. I get higher, I never tire. I'm a chronic, I'm a nick. Finally, can they get control of this? Pop back from a towel as he takes control. What? Are you kidding me? Is this really happening? It's really happening. It actually happened. Fortune favors Liquid.
This one flipped out. First killer. Does he have a flip? He's trying to use it. The pass down. It's unbelievable.
Game 5. Double match point on the line. Fury and Moist 5 minutes away from discovering who will have all of that on their side. It won another rises under pressure. That was a forced mistake. Matrix is around the demo, gets the ball. He's now taking steps inside the field. On the reset, can he outplay everybody? That was otherworldly.
so sweet even when they hurt. You wanna